We're starting.
I said to him, "No, John, you are the demons." Oh, are we live?
Welcome to the stream.
Hi, everybody.
It's me, James.
And me, Mary. Back with more Doom 64 somehow.
Yep. Well, they added in levels in this
Yep.
release. So,
Can't wait for such levels as it's the simplest, we promise.
yep.
And it's been so long since the original Doom, compared to it, compared to Wolfenstein being in Doom 2, that we can just put the first level of Doom in as a cute reference to the original game.
Mm-hmm.
I stumbled over that one. Yeah. Anyway, welcome to hell.
Yep.
I can't believe the Demon Lord lives here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, You would think he would choose somewhere safer, not the place we expect him the most. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yep. Here we are.
Yep. Here we are. Oh.
Let me turn the volume up. It's a little quiet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to save game before you go for the teleporter.
At Lurch.
Imps. Some kind of imp encounter. Yep. Are you really actually saving before every door?
No.
Yeah. And what are you doing?
Just looking at a guide for secrets.
So obsessed with finding every secret, you don't live in the moment. And again, I was side streaming Hitman 3 over in the BB Gun Show server just yesterday. And what was it the day before? And it becomes clear just how impatient I get sometimes, despite being actually pretty good at planning. Because Ree was going, wow, you just like murked this guy dead on in the middle of a room because the chance came up. And it worked.
You're very Vegeta in that way.
I'm Vegeta?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's also good at planning, and is also incredibly impatient.
Yeah. I know I'm a bit impulsive sometimes. Not all the time. Like half the time I am basically the opposite of that. I'm thinking of that Tumblr post with the like clips from every rap song that mentions Goku by name. And there's like one of them where it's clear, oh, this guy has never read Dragon Ball, and all the other ones are like ultra deep cuts that like mythologize Goku as some kind of god figure to aspire to. Yeah. And they're all talking about, yeah, the flying Nimbus, or like entering the hyperbolic time chamber.
I should save right now, actually.
Yes. Just save scum. Constantly.
Level 34.
That's your cheat ability. Cacodemons. Like, obviously the red Cacodemon in the original games, you know, iconic. But these ones are pretty good too.
Yeah. The redesigns are all pretty good. Oh, it's a super shotgun. Uh, uh, that you really need. Ah, fuck. What hit me?
You picked up a med kit that you don't even need. And he's just like shrugging.
Eh. Damn it. Thankfully. Any more in here or no? I absolutely should have saved the Berserk. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, the Crusher. Oh,
Seems that even crossing the line dev spawns him.
yep. Yeah. Just let him go under there.
Dang.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like he wasn't going.
Picked up a med kit that you really need. Alright. Just finished eating my dinner. I made some pork chili. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I was going to try doing some baking tonight as well, but I just could not get around to it.
Oh, this is room with the rocket launch.
You picked up a health bonus that you really need. Pistol start. Yeah. That's Doom for you.
Yep.
That's Doom Ultra Violence Fast Monsters for you.
Yep. Oh, I didn't grab the blue key. Oh, good. Armor bonuses.
Hooray! Oh, a Kaggle Demon. Yeah. Yeah. I keep meaning to play Thatcher's Tech Base. You know, the Doom world where you fight Margaret Thatcher as the Cyber Demon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be cathartic.
Yeah.
Skill, watch me die. Oh, they don't know the half of it.
Yep. There it is. Of course.
Yeah, succumbed to the ooze. I mean, who amongst us hasn't?
It's the secret.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what, there's probably. It might be hidden. Okay, that's what it is. Just got added in another server.
Uh-huh. Yeah, getting pinged by a Baron of Hell is an elaborate plan to ruin off your game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, watch out for the sludge.
That's my favorite number.
Yep.
That's no longer my favorite number.
You have a breakup with 69?
No, you took 24 damage. 45 is just not funny.
It is a nice round number, though. Dancer Barons.
Plantops.
Oh boy.
Standing ankle deep in blood. And just, just chilling. No negative effects.
Thankfully.
I'm assuming it's blood and not, say, Kool-Aid or red cola. Which would be a bit incongruous to find in hell. Ah. Yeah. I should go find somewhere that sells red cola, you know?
Hmm.
Like, it's not something I'd want all the time, but I'm like, you know, sometimes.
I see.
Yep.
Yeah. Getting some staticky sounds.
From me or from...
Okay.
Well, I can't hear anything off, so you know.
Yeah, I think it's coming from you.
Ah, great. I'll even rejoin.
Okay.
I suppose you wouldn't know until it starts happening again, so you know, please do let me know.
Yeah, the sound is gone now.
Okay, because I did play around with some audio settings yesterday, so that might have been a thing, but I don't think it is. I think it's just Discord being weird.
Yeah, it could very well be. Aha.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm going to create the Plutonia of Doom 64, which will add chain gunners and revenants and nothing else. That's the only two
Archviles.
enemies. Oh yeah, the Archviles too. They can join. Only those three enemies though.
A level that is just those three.
Yep. It's the Plutonia experience.
Yep. Alright.
Double kill. Oh. Squish.
Yep. Whoop.
Oh. Welcome to the courtyard. And everyone is just killing each other.
Ah, dang it.
Never stand still, James.
Ah, fuck. Right into the projectile.
I think my Discord mic sensitivity's up too high, actually.
Hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, that seems to have fixed it.
Alright.
Yeah, no, it's seeing the, like, green highlight around my avatar, and I'm like, well, I'm not talking. What's it picking up? It's just like, probably a bit of feedback from the stream.
Ah, dang it.
Probably not enough to be audible for you, but eh. Yeah. Honestly, the best course of action here seems to be just walk out, let them all get get in fighting, and then dodge back in. These guys will just kill each other. You can just pick off the last few stragglers.
Dang it. Wall.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, everyone.
Meowdy.
Meowdy. Yeah. This is Doom 64, The Lost Levels, which was originally Doom 2, Doom 64 2, or Doom 65 in Japan, and instead they released Doki Doki Panic as the actual Doom 64 2, Doom 65. And originally it wasn't even Doom Guy in it.
Wild.
Anyway, now I don't actually know what this expansion would be called, or if it's just like extra bonus levels for this version of Doom 64.
It's extra bonus levels.
Yep, there's just no name for them.
Huh. Also, my cat accidentally just gave me a static electric shock.
Ah, this is how Pokemon will evolve.
Oh no.
Not in the sense of Pokemon in-game evolving, but like evolving from animals we have now. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Almost didn't mute myself fast enough since I was going to sneeze.
Yeah.
The most
Listen, if you
important stream
sneeze
hack.
on the stream, we'll just say bless you. We won't add you to some kind of sinister sneezing compilation.
Oh no.
Like, we're not big enough streamers for that to be a weird, creepy thing our fans do.
Yeah.
Notably, 1, we have no fans. 2, oh, that's a pain elemental.
Oh,
God.
You know, James has like 69 plus 1 subscribers on YouTube. That's something. We have people
That's
like
almost
this.
my favorite number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no. Gosh, that's so weird.
Berserker. My love for you is like a truck berserker.
Hi
Hi-ho.
forces. Hi.
Hi horses. I don't actually know what they're singing there. I just always heard it's high horses.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think it is actually high forces or something like that.
Yeah, the song is called Forces, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe the only intentional word there is horses, and we always hear it as horses. I love horses. I love horses. They're my friend.
Nay.
Yeah. Neither of you grew up in Britain in the era where the I Love Horses ad was on TV all the time.
Oh my goodness, why is there an ad for horses?
So it wasn't just an ad for the concept of loving horses. It was an ad for I don't know if you have these in America, but I assume you do. One of those magazines that comes in like a 60-part series, and they give you like
Oh.
a thing that you assemble as you go.
Yeah.
And the first one comes with the biggest part of it, but then you have to buy like hundreds of pounds worth of magazines to get the whole thing.
Oh, good.
I think it's like a model horse or something.
Oh,
But
I
anyway.
think I saw that. I saw that on YouTube or something. It's like a
Yeah.
horse in a stable with like all the accessories that would imply.
Okay. So it would basically be like every week, or every month, or whenever, you would get the magazine, get the next bit of your horse stable, and also it would have like information about horses and stuff. Ah, John Romero's seen better days. But yeah, I assume it was one of those magazines. I never actually checked what was in that one, but there were so many of them when I was in my teens, I guess. Like early teens, that was just the trend, was all of these, and I assume none of them ever got finished. It's always like, yeah, this 50-part magazine, and the first one is like introductory price of £3, and it shoots up to some ridiculous amount, and you have to buy the whole series to get the whole thing that you were building. Which in practice meant like subscribing to it because you weren't going to find all of them in a shop, you know?
Yeah.
You're not enough of a horse girl to do that.
Yeah, surprisingly, I wasn't a horse girl. Ah, no one jumping on any of the many obvious jokes you could make. Ah,
Well, obviously you're. Yeah. Sorry.
yeah.
Was distracted for a second, but I mean, yeah. Obviously you're a bunny.
Yeah.
Annoying.
I love bunnies, best of all the animals. I love bunnies, they're my friends. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of horse girls, I do technically have a pony Sona, solely because I was playing. What is that? Ragtron. Yeah. So there's a game called Slaughter Horse 2, which is basically My Little Pony creepypasta with the serial numbers filed off. You basically play as some off-brand equivalent of Pinkie Pie, trying to murder a bunch of ponies to sew their cutie marks together into a coat. It's kind of like a werewolf mafia kind of thing. It's a single-player game. It's actually really fun. However, I just felt weird seeing like the ponies have decided to lynch you, and then it's like my real name, and I'm like, oh, that's too weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting though to have like a social deduction game,
Yeah.
like as a single player game.
It's still in early access, and like all of the planned features sound really, like, really interesting. It's gonna have a better character creator. It's gonna have, the detective ponies are actually gonna try and like adapt to your patterns instead of just acting at random.
Ah, nice.
Like, they're not the only problem you run into, but like, it's nice that Pony Columbo can now actually go, one more thing. Yeah,
Excuse me while I add something to Ibukai, maybe.
Pony Columbo.
Pony Columbo. I'm tempted to make that into a character class, but it could also just be a boss battle.
Could be an NPC, could be anything.
Could be anything. No,
Yeah.
boss battle.
So, this is why I do technically have a pony Sona, who is a unicorn called Rose Darling, which is entirely a music joke about my actual name. There's a Steely Dan song which references the song is called Rose Darling, and it references also a character called Snake Mary. So you know, just named the knife that, and I feel less weird about naming the knife after myself.
Nice.
There's probably some meaning in that, but hey.
Hey.
Oh yeah, BFG time. But yeah, that is the only reason that I have what is technically a canon pony Sona. I mean canon as in, like, an actual...
Yourself?
to myself, rather than canon to any of the media properties.
Yeah, it's funny to think about. Of just.
Yeah. Not in the same sense that, like, Weird Al has a canon pony Sona
Yeah.
who married Pinkie Pie, and this is like an actual real plot point.
Yeah. I
Like, good
think
for
it
him.
Showed an epilogue or something.
Yeah. And famously there was a pony artist who drawn like their self-insert like dating Pinkie Pie, and who drew this like, I hope she's happier with him thing as like a like in reference to that episode.
Yeah.
His pony Sona like crying and going, oh, I accept that she's happier with him. And it's like, okay, dude, you like.
You know what? To be honest, that's much better than the people.
It's
who
healthier than the
got-
alternative.
Yeah, because there are people who got real
Yeah,
bad.
get real possessive about cartoon horses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some people who are very weird in that fandom, like, far and away more than, like, anything you could, like, make jokes about, oh, it's cringe or anything. No, there were some genuinely awful people there.
Yeah.
But cringe is dead.
Yep. You know what? I was distracted with some stuff, and just now have YouTube open on my laptop, and I love Level of Love seeing this one channel that makes like Eurobeat remixes of like different songs,
Yeah.
and just one recommended song of just titled, you know, of Rip Bozo for when Harry Kissinger died.
Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
having to
God.
put one out.
Yeah. I am looking at the like recommended videos like accompanying the Doom 64 stream we are doing right now, and half of them are like, oh, how to use AI to write better, and I'm like, no,
Oh god.
get out of here. I'm blocking you.
I haven't gotten anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more of I use AI to do X.
Yeah. And it's like, it's not impressive. Anyone can do that.
Yeah.
Like, when it's, oh, I'm an AI artist, I've generated this with my perfect prompting. And I'm like, well, anyone can do that. Like, not in the, even a child could make this modern art. I mean, quite literally, anyone could just copy and paste your words and get something about that level. And it's like, it's not even, it's a skill thing, it's a, why did you bother? Why are you showing people this? if it's that good, just like you can just generate their own, I guess.
Yeah. Which it's what was I gonna say? Great. Oh, like I saw a Twitch stream not too long ago
Mm-hmm.
that had an ad, you know, and one of the ads Twitch showed was for Adobe's new Photoshop. gonna have
Oh,
built-in
this
AI
thing
thing.
is so dystopian. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and guess what? You know, in the ad, the main subject was a small child saying, "Oh, I can make, just whatever I imagine." It's like, I can have a fantasy background with, cotton candy clouds and showing like entering cotton candy clouds or whatever, and it just generating it, and like unicorns, and they look kind of bad. It's like something you see on like a discount like piece of like art on like a children's like birthday card or something. Like, but like bad. But even more, just like it didn't. None
Not
of it looked good.
charmingly bad, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, here's some toys and like the prompt looked teddy bear, and it also looked off. And like, yeah, I can do this, and showed like the mother and child looking fondly as the kid, you know, created all this art, and it's like, man, like, are you really gonna advertise Adobe like Photoshop to small children? One of like the program known as being the industry standard for like for like art, image
Yeah.
manipulation, etc. for decades, and to say, hey, you can just do this, and like, yeah, of course, everyone's gonna buy an Adobe subscription so that a 6-year-old can do a little art. Which I'm like, man, just let the kid have like MS Paint, let them have
Yeah.
fun, or
The- This isn't even like that's kind of like depressing in a lot of ways. It wasn't the one that I thought you were going to mention of the like, oh, you can fix your holiday photos, and it's got like a
Oh.
family looking, not looking super sad or anything, but just on a carousel, all riding different horses, and there's some other people in the background. It's like, oh, you can take this holiday picture, and you can take out all the other people that were there. You can change the background so it's a sunny day instead of overcast. You can make everyone smile in the photo. It's like, well, you're not really recording your holiday, are you? Like, you can look back and go, oh, I remember this day you got sick on this ride, and like, it was raining, and we all had to like take shelter in the cafe for half an hour. Instead, it's just like looking at this weird idealized version of your time, and like actively removing the record that you were ever actually there.
Yeah.
And it's just really, I don't even know how to put why that upsets me so much.
It's just
Like,
the type of people who are really fake, who will never
Yeah,
let
it's
themselves
the-
be photographed without having
Yeah.
their perfect outfit on, and just that to the
Yeah.
worst of just what if if you have like an unhappy family life, and instead of photos showing how they actually feel, what if you just erase that and make
What
it
if-
so no, actually they like me and they like everything I do, and I never
Yeah.
have to admit anything's wrong. I could look back at my photographs and they show me exactly what I want.
Yeah, and they show me everything being perfect forever, and it's like, life isn't perfect, and that's not in a like cynical way. That's in a like, a lot of memories that you have are of, oh, this wasn't actually like my perfect day out, but it was a lot of fun, and we like had this funny experience, and instead of just, no, everything went exactly as scheduled, we all had the perfect time. Yeah, I suppose it is just it is like largely it feels fake. It's
Yeah.
it's the kind of just pretend everything's perfect
My mom
mentality.
tried
Yeah.
to do that, and things fell apart completely for her.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, James is using AI to create the perfect Doom run
Nope.
and just dying to,
Yeah.
dying to everything here over and over. No, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, that is
It's just this one ad of like the carousel and like everything about it being changed until there's like almost nothing remaining of the original photo. And it's like, oh, we've improved it.
yeah.
Like you can make your perfect holiday photos, and like that's not you.
Yeah.
Like I say that as someone who doesn't even like being photographed most of the time, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, what would even be the point if it was just some AI simulacrum of you?
Yeah.
Drinking so many health potions that you constantly need to go to the bathroom, and it's some weird, horrid, like, is that meant to go up there?
Guess so.
I think I've already made that joke in Isekai naming. The author's like barely disguised delight in making his protagonist need to go to the bathroom.
Oh no.
Yeah. Potion. Can't remember how that was. Right. The potion that makes it impossible for monsters to hurt you kills you instantly.
He gives his protagonist prostate cancer so he can go to the bathroom more, but that's the magic potion that makes him not die from prostate cancer.
Actually, it wasn't me that posted this. It was a conversation between a couple of other people. It was, the player really likes my character and gives me all the consumables. I can't drink I can't drink 12 health potions. And the sequel, I keep having to pee because I drink so many health potions. And I replied, that probably exists, don't look it up. Because it probably does, but let's be realistic. But like, talking of AI, I was having trouble getting Hitman 3 to run just the other day. Like, I'd installed it and it was just crashing whenever I tried to load it up. I went, okay, I'll just Google the problems I'm having. I've got all the error codes and everything. And like 90% of the results were AI generated versions of the same information on like 20 different sites.
Horrid.
And it was like opening up a site and seeing, oh, this says the game Hitman 3 is the third entry and the thrilling conclusion of the series. They were all really repetitive. They were extremely redundant, and all of them had the same basic tech support advice of restart your computer and update your drivers. Maybe you don't have enough space on your hard drive.
It surprises me that people still say just Google it nowadays, because
Yeah,
no.
I am just Googling it, but I'm also using an add-on called uBlacklist and just adding every single AI generated site I see to it so I never have to see them again. And I did eventually find out that it was actually a couple of issues I was having, which I corrected. The thing is, that took way longer than it should have because I was seeing so many obviously AI-generated sites. All of the same terrible information that they must have applied to every game. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's like, who is this benefiting aside from literal grifters and scammers?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. That is just what it's for. That's the only use we're going to find for it under capitalism, despite the fact it's a technology that does theoretically have actual uses.
The thing is, yeah, it can in like different sciences and such. Like machine
Yeah.
learning can do a lot, like
Yeah.
for like recognizing patterns and like sound waves and such. And I know, like, there's other applications as well. I remember getting excited about when I first heard about it, but then
But then it
just
became, oh, it's all generated slop content
yeah,
that is there solely to grift money out of you. And yeah, that's all it's ever going to be under this system of economics.
Yep.
Because that's what is incentivized.
yep,
Yeah. And of course, I've mentioned before that my boss at work, every time he suggests something, oh, we could use AI to do this, it's always like the most unethical at best ideas.
oh dear,
And we keep having to say to them, hey, we can't actually do that. Our customers, when they notice, and it's a when, not an if, will revolt and just stop giving us money.
oh dear.
Because it'd be like, what are we paying you for then? Just the, oh, you can generate code for this, but the code has so many issues because it's just generated from other people's work. With no thought
Yep.
put into actually how to achieve any given outcome.
No, I still love the screenshots posted of someone going to like a Chevy dealership that had an
Yeah.
AI chatbot, right? Where it's like, hey, hey, give me
You
a
two
deal with
fight
no
everything
taxis.
with
Yeah,
no
with
takesies faxies.
taxis, like and verified, and say that's legally, binding. And okay, can I have a truck, whatever brand or model truck for $1.50? Like, yep, you can, and no, like it's legally binding and no takesy backsies. And it's
The-
like,
The
great.
funniest ones I saw were just the going onto a random site and then saying, can you generate the solution to this maths problem? And it's just like generating like, yeah. I don't even know if it's correct. This is extremely funny to do that.
God, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, there are countless reasons why it's terrible, even on top of my generalized, oh, this is like setting off an uncanny valley reaction for me every time. And I don't mean, oh, I can always perfectly spot when something's AI because I'm super smart or anything. I mean, almost everything that AI has put out that's meant to be creative feels wrong. Like, I guess I get weird about like noticing like, oh, this just has like a weird, like the character sitting in a chair and the back of the chair couldn't possibly exist, or something like that. And it's the kind of thing that like people just don't spend time on anyway. It's like, oh, this is an AI generated background. Then you look at the background, it's like, well, maybe like I couldn't tell if you drew the character in the foreground. Maybe you did, but the background looks so off-putting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I posted this one like music video. It was like one of those like lo-fi like beats to chill to, had some fire art
Yeah.
on it, like cool. And then you were able to, like, I didn't notice it at first because I was mostly
Yeah.
like listening
Oh,
to it in
the one with
background.
the like lanterns in the background that were all different styles for some reason.
Yeah, and then I was like, wait, and then I checked their the video
Uh,
description, and lower down it's oh, sometimes I use AI art. I'm like, oh,
yeah. God,
and
what
I'm
was
like,
that?
come on, there's so many there's so many furry artists you can commission, or draw
Yeah.
yourself or something.
Like,
It's fine.
even a quick, like, 5-minute drawing, like, even MS Paint drawing. Sure.
Yeah, it's just like it's yeah, it's just a shame, right? Especially since there's some people who are like, oh, it's like you can't stop. It's already out there. The cat's out the bag. You can't stop it. But I'm like, man, there's already companies who are like, oh, let's just, like WotC, who are like, oh, let's just fire like a bunch of people and then replace
Let's
them with
fire
AI.
all our artists and replace them with AI. And then you see, like, the Magic the Gathering art is really clearly AI generated. It just has no... Like, I'm not going to say, oh, humans always put a soul into everything they create. Like, no, there are some absolutely soulless human artists out there. Like, ones who make, like, corporate approved, like, just completely bland art, sure. But with AI, it's everything.
Yeah,
It's like, if you can't be bothered making the art, why should we be bothered looking at it?
yeah, yeah.
Like, if it's that unimportant to you, like, I know people who buy Magic cards for the art. Like, they
Yeah.
like collecting it, the cards. Like, I don't fully get that, but I'm like, okay. And there are actually some Magic the Gathering artists that I could name and go, oh yeah, this one has this really distinctive style, and like, Phil Folio, who went on to do a webcomic, blanking on the name, Girl Genius?
Oh
Is
yeah.
that the one?
Oh, yeah.
He has a extremely distinctive style, and you can tell, oh, he drew a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards. Like, he's credited on them. He's also credited in the parody, like, Unhinged and Unglued sets under the name Claymore J. Flapdoodle. This is an in-joke about, like, all of them have ridiculous names in that set, and, like, he has a extremely, like, unique style that you don't see much of in Magic. Like, his is more cartoony, basically. And, like, he's not the only artist that is immediately recognizable, and it's like, oh, they got this artist to do this set, and, like, it plays to their strengths, and I can just imagine, like, that if they do switch fully to just using AI art, it's gonna be like, no one is going to put their unique spin on anything anymore, and it's just going to feel completely forgettable. And that's bad. Why even have art on your cards at that point? I mean, there are practical reasons for it, but oh, someone's fighting. Yeah, just let him work. Let him cook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me find some Claymore J. Flapdoodle. Whatever happened to Claymore J. Flapdoodle? There's a Reddit post. It's like, this is not a real person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, again, he is not the only artist that, like, you can see draw in a very distinctive style and put her own spin on things in Magic sets. And some of the, like, there are some really evocative and unique arts on cards, and it's like, you want to replace this with the, like, literally something that a 6-year-old could boot up Photoshop and type in. Yeah,
Yeah.
because art is a real skill, and not just in the, oh, I can draw good, in the, I can understand composition, I can, like, work in interesting background details that aren't, like, essential to the thing I'm portraying, but that give it more character.
Yeah.
It's so I'm gonna derail a bit into, like, so Star Trek, or at least everything from the Next Generation onwards, has replicators. Like, they just say tea, Earl Grey, hot, and you can get the perfect cup of Earl Grey tea. And sometimes, in fact, depending on the writer, of course, they play that as you get the same, like, outcome every time. You get, there's a pattern for tea, Earl Grey, hot, and that is going to be the same cup every time. And occasionally you do have, like, characters go, no, I want to cook something myself, even if it doesn't turn out perfect like the replicator does, it turns out unique. It's something I have made.
Yeah.
It is, as they say, flavored with the time and effort that I have put into it. And you can say steak for mouth, hot, and have a perfect T-bone steak on your plate, for example. Well, it would be seasoned the same way every time. Yeah. Of course, that's not always the case. Sometimes, like, it's just ignored for the practicality of they don't actually have the ability to produce the same plate of food every time when they're recording, like, shows over 40, 50 years at this point. Oh no, it must be over 60. That was in the 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Next Generation wasn't.
Yeah.
That was late 80s, early 90s. Mm-hmm. 30 years though. Hey, psyched.
Hi.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm getting crackling on your end now, James, and I don't know if anyone else is.
Oh yeah, I was getting some crackling, but I didn't want to bring attention
Yeah,
to it.
always
Even
bring
though
up. Yeah, no, we've had this problem before. I left the call and rejoined it to fix it. In fact, I might try it here.
Same actually.
Or we'll have the same problem. Don't worry about it. If it gets
Yeah,
that bad, mute.
no.
In fact, I will just do that as a precaution. There we are.
I also hear crack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let me leave the call and come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Ah.
just now saw the art you posted in the voice chat. God, that's so good.
Yeah.
Elvis.
Alright, yeah. There's some really, like, unique art on some old Magic cards, because they were still, like, trying to nail down the feeling of the game. And, you know, there are some artists who had their own weird takes on things, and some of them are really memorable cards because of that.
Oh, you cut out there for a second.
God, I don't know what to repeat.
It didn't cut out for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
either.
weird. Huh.
Yeah, the thing is, my connection is significantly better than it was last week. It got upgraded.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the problems are not on my end here.
Yeah, but like I'm not. My connection's like my ping
Yeah,
like
I
at
know.
most is 144 milliseconds. That isn't too bad, or
What is?
that's not
Yeah.
like bad.
Yeah, if we're talking ping, mine is about 80, but
Weird.
144 isn't like you could play on a like Team Fortress server of 144, and it wouldn't feel that out of place. It's not like the people who join have 900 ping.
Yeah.
Pony Colombo.
On a Colombo.
Yeah.
You get to try to outsmart Pony Colombo. You can't, but you have to try.
Yeah.
You cannot escape from your the consequences of your pony crimes.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, real quick, I love the fact that Columbo got so big internationally that in Japan there was like straight up a show that was like the Columbo of Japan.
Yeah.
And like the guy even dressed like Columbo.
Yeah, that was his
Like,
whole gimmick.
yeah, and it's like,
Yeah.
God, that's just so funny that it's like Columbo was that big, and it's like, uh,
Yeah, it's also funny that Columbo's had this like recent revival,
yeah.
but it's solely just fans going, "Hey, we should all rewatch Columbo," and people just doing that.
Yeah, and then just posting on it on Twitter and Tumblr
Yeah.
and being like, oh, wait, this looks cool. And just also watching it.
Yeah.
Especially, especially it aged well because it's like, this guy who's easy to underestimate because,
Yeah.
He's just some guy and, but it's like thwarting these, like, usually, like, rich assholes who think that, oh, I can get away with my crimes
Yeah.
because
It's-
I have power. Great.
It's the same reason that the Hitman trilogy, like the last 3 Hitman games, are very cathartic. Like,
Yeah.
Absolution had a lot of problems, some of which were a lot of it is you're killing like random people, and it's like, oh, I feel kind of bad for doing this. This is like maybe their crimes don't really warrant murdering them. But then Hitman. Seriously, Hitman World of Assassination or the Hitman trilogy, like, those ones go, you know what, this guy, like, here's a list of his horrendous crimes, here are 20 fun ways to kill him, good luck.
Yeah. So sometimes it can feel a bit much, especially the one. I think it's Hitman 2. And I mean the modern trilogy, which God, I wish they gave them a subtitle. Anyway, Hitman 2. There's one level where it's like you have to stop people who are making like super cocaine, and like you have Diana, like the Agent 47's handler straight up say super cocaine, and it's like that's dumb.
That definitely feels the Reagan-esque war on drugs stuff.
Yeah, it's like it's not exactly like that, but it's like it definitely has some of that vibe with super cocaine. Like, look, you can just say they're
Yeah.
they're like, oh, they have a heinous drug cartel, and that's
Yeah.
really violent or something. It's like, okay, yeah.
I mean,
these guys
they
suck, and
are,
need to be
but
taken
also,
down. Super
like,
cocaine.
it's completely incidental to the reason Agent 47 is murdering a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, but it's just like super cocaine. That sounds like something from Captain Planet or whatever, of their very special episodes, of which they
Yeah.
have many, oddly enough, about drugs or whatever.
I mean, that was the whole point of it. It was meant to be edutainment.
True,
Like-
but oh boy.
Some of it is a bit heavy-handed. In fact, all of it is a bit heavy-handed. But that's half the fun.
The
Yeah.
whole war on drugs thing was super propaganda-ish.
Yeah. We're joining war on drugs on the side of drugs.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's just. Oh no, I'm remembering Captain Planet. They did an episode about AIDS, where there's a boy who had AIDS, and that necessarily isn't a terrible thing, whatever.
Yeah,
Because,
that is a thing that was highlighted, it needed to be highlighted at the time. It's this guy has done nothing wrong. He's contracted this disease, this horrible disease, and it's not his fault. It's not a moral failing of any kind.
Right?
That's the case with basically everyone who had it. It was not that, oh, you were evil, so you caught this. No, the problem is, it's kind of a level breaker when, all of the vicious rumors are being spread by an 8-foot-tall rat man voiced by Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
His name is Verminous Scum. He lives in
Yeah.
the sewers.
And it's why would he be? Why would he be doing this in the first place? And it's
I
why,
mean,
why this?
his reason, the reason it's him and not one of the other villains is his modus operandi was sowing discord among humans by
turning
them against each other, and also sometimes turning them into Ratman. That. Don't forget that's a thing that happened.
Yeah, but it's it's still such a bizarre choice to do artistically.
Yeah.
Of why this guy messing with this one kid? Why be beefing? What the fuck? And,
Also,
and it's,
Yeah.
also, Ted Turner is way too cowardly to even begin addressing the core issues. that
Oh, yeah,
caused it.
so- So, God, what are they even called? They're the villains of Captain Planet. I know there's a collective name for them, the eco villains or something.
they got that at some point. They joined together.
No, it's
trying to,
not. It's not even the thing where they summon up Captain Pollution. It's
Really?
oh yeah, that's a whole storyline.
I know that storyline.
Captain
yeah.
Pollution's in a couple of episodes, and basically he's Captain Planet if he was evil and the surfer dude.
I forgot he was a surfer.
He's a surfer dude. He's totally gnarly, man. Yeah. But I cannot remember what the collective term for these villains was. Basically, the reason that they were created is oh, this evil corporate executive, this absolutely unethical mad scientist, this giant rat man, this radiation infused Superman, they were created because most of the people who really were responsible for these problems are the kind of people they didn't want children turning around and going, "Hey, Mom and Dad, why are you exactly like these villains on this show?" Loot
They
and
didn't
Plunder
want-
was as close as they got, and No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. But great. I was just looking up some of these villains, and yeah, you know, they didn't want the kids to become radicalized and become you know,
Well,
go
too
coffee liberals
bad
or
it
whatever.
did radicalize me.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry for that interruption,
Yeah.
but
Now, Luton Plunder is probably the closest you get to that, because his whole thing was, like, he's a corporate executive, he is always, like, trying to cut corners in his company, and, like, he's not just polluting for the hell of it, like half of them, he's polluting out of a profit motive. In fact, Hoggish Greedly, one of the other villains, kind of had that as well, but to such an extreme that when he was basically given a bunch of plans for, okay, here's solar power, here's wind power, you can be an innovator in this, you can make more money this way. He went, huh, never thought about that, and then he never showed up as a villain again.
oh wow.
And that was like pretty late in the show's run. It's just interesting that's what they went for. He just
Yeah.
took that villain out of it. He just had an actual definitive conclusion where he went, oh, like these aren't necessarily incompatible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, I discovered
Yeah.
they're called eco-villains.
Eco-villains, yeah.
I thought it'd be fancier than that.
Yeah, I thought so too, which is why I was saying, are they eco-villains? Is there like a more distinct term? But yeah. I mean, in fairness, one of them was a god of war from another planet called Zarm.
Goodness. But
Yeah.
yeah, while looking at the wiki, I love seeing the status alive, and it's like, do any of them die? I know that's just like the static
Yeah.
like template for like wiki entries. It's just still funny to see in Captain Planet.
Yeah. I'm not sure if any of them actually do die during the course of the show. Like, it's not
Captain Pollution
impossible.
die?
Captain Pollution only conceptually dies in that you need 5 people whose hearts align with different types of polluting in order to summon him. In the same way that the Planeteers each have a different element that they're representative of. Like, if you couldn't find someone to wear the heart ring, you couldn't summon Captain Planet. Like, if you didn't have, not necessarily Mati, but like someone with an equivalent, like, heart, you know? In the same way that if you couldn't find someone who believes wholeheartedly in deforestation, you can't summon Captain Pollution.
Oh god, they're gonna
And
get
this
the,
is actually one of the rings.
oh god, they're gonna get the guy who commissions women
Oh
buying
no, Wonder
bread.
Bread guy. He's the new eco-villain. Captain
God.
Pollution. What are the rings? The rings of destruction. Super radiation, deforestation, smog, toxics, and hate.
Gotta point out too,
Yeah.
like, you know, I would point out that technically radiation is a natural force, but super radiation, yeah, that's at least when you make
Yeah.
it like to an extreme point, then yeah, that's understandable. That would hurt Captain Planet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most radiation's very, in like nature's very minor. So like, yeah, I guess that tracks. Oh, I mean, then again, I say, oh, okay, on the planet Earth. I should specify because I'm like, wait, I was about to think, what about the sun? And I'm like, well,
Pollution.
we don't experience the sun on Earth for good reason.
Yeah.
like, I
Yeah,
don't think Captain Planet
Captain-
can take that.
Captain Pollution is apparently deceased.
Yeah.
Presumably because there's no way to summon him anymore. Like, he still conceptually exists. Yeah. Honestly, I think the best thing we could have done with Captain Planet, barring like some extremely preachy reboots, you know, all these years later, like the best thing they could have done is what they did, which is have him cameo on OKKO.
Like,
Like, that confirms, yeah, the Planeteers still do believe in the whole saving the Earth thing, but they kind of needed to get jobs. And so it's only Kwame who's like still out there, and he's like, no, this is my life's passion, like, you know, saving the environment, you know?
Yeah.
And he's kind of the only Planeteer who's still around, and still inexplicably a teen, because that's just the, like, it's that kind of show.
Yeah.
It's fine. And so he just goes, you know, I'll find 4 other people who believe in, like, in saving the environment, and we'll just summon Captain Planet again. And it's a good episode. It's a lot of fun. It's Dr. Blight is the villain, and she really fits in as a super villain in that setting.
Nice.
Yeah.
do they like actually address capitalism being the problem?
Not directly, but like, they do at least point out that, like, because there are no actual Planeteers left, it's, you know, like, it is an economic problem that they kind of don't exist anymore. I mean, it is all connected. Capitalism is a primary driver of climate change. As well as countless other problems. Yeah, to the point that a notable climate change campaigner, what she called, Greta Thunberg, was kind of demonized by the press for pivoting into, wait a second, all of these environmental problems are kind of caused by capitalism. And so, you know, there's been a recent resurgence in, like, left-leaning people going, actually, yeah, she's right. And she is.
Yeah.
Like, nothing but respect for her.
Absolutely.
I apparently muted myself. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh no!
I was
Yeah.
wondering why you're so quiet.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
It's fine.
The
I didn't
worst
know
of
that
us.
was noteworthy. I did ask if this is a mod.
No, this is just Doom 64. You can buy it on Steam.
Yeah, I've played Doom 64. I just don't remember this level at all. It's a lot of guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the Steam release comes with these levels.
The unnamed lost levels, from what
No, they're just
Mary said.
they're literally called the Lost Levels.
Oh, well, I mean,
Oh.
still not much of a name.
Are we playing as Mario or Luigi?
Luigi.
Who would be Doom Guy's Luigi?
The
rabbit.
gal. Oh wait, no, you're right, Daisy.
Daisy.
She comes back from the dead to help
Oh,
fight
yeah.
demons, and she's
So-
a Astro Bunny girl now.
So it's funny that you say gal, because there were Doom novels, and like, yeah, basically a girl like is sort of part of the team. In like the first book, only Doom Guy and Doom Gal survive basically, and have to like build a thing to get back to Earth.
That's funny.
Yeah, the novels
Love
are
it.
like out there, as in they just are super weird and oh fuck, oh god, oh jeez.
Oh no. Yeah,
It's
you're
too
dealing with
many
the
guys.
Damaku.
I like how they just dropped the enemies this time.
Yeah, my connection cut out for a bit there. I think.
Oh god,
Yeah.
is there a pain elemental? Hopefully
Yeah.
not.
So I just missed whatever tangent we went on there.
There was a
We-
Doom novel.
Ah, the Doom novel.
Ah, fuck.
We determined that the rabbit is Doom Guy's Luigi.
She comes back.
Ah, yeah, Daisy. Oh, I'm thinking of that. I think it's like a Twitter thread someone screenshotted where it's like, I miss my childhood dog and I wish I could see her again. And one of the replies is like a picture of an anime dog girl as the avatar. It's like, I reincarnated as a real girl.
Do you remember how
It's
we
like,
used to run?
let's run through the fields again. But like that, but with Doom Guy's rabbit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to search for that. So if anyone knows what I'm talking about, please post that so I can edit it.
Yeah, these lost levels seem to like spawning in enemies after you grab an item.
God. Sorry, it's just every time that keeps happening in a game we play on here, I just still think about Serious Sam, which I still need to beat actually. I haven't touched in a while, but of just like that was the joke in Serious Sam, and I'm like, oh wow, games of this era just did that, like all the time. He just did like in Serious Sam, it's a joke. It's played as a joke. It's you know like it happens. The first time it happened, it's like, oh you Serious Sam, and your silly goof, and you know it keeps happening for a while. But it's like, oh no, games just did that like for real, like for real. They're just like, yeah no, this is good game design. But like Serious Sam, you have like goofy guys with like no heads screaming at you and running after you pick up like a single bit of like armor for like one unit of armor, and it's like you know it's obviously for laughs. It's great, but oh boy.
Yeah, Resident Evil had this problem too. Of collected a key item, you throw zombies at him. So like, oh fuck. Earlier, people in another server were like talking about Final Fantasy VI, and one shows up, and a person shows a picture showing one of the enemies in the game, and that picture is like a screenshot of an old RPG site that like hosted guides for RPGs. And I like pointed out them. I also use that site sometimes too. And you got talking about how it took forever for GameFAQs to host images with its be able to host images with its facts,
Huh. Wow.
and how they wished things went that direction instead of fandom wikis.
God. Yeah. Cause I don't. I thought you'd go in a different direction. Actually, since you brought up RPGs, of like, cause there's also the fact that in like older RPGs, I'm not saying that they're not worth your time or you can't play some of them, but there was a period of time where it's just, I guess it was just fine to design your game around some really obtuse thing you gotta do, and it's like, oh, I gotta like look for the thing. And like, oh, I can't even progress the story because there's some weird specific thing I have to do. Great, and it's like, um, because even back in the day, as soon as there were guides, people were just looking stuff up or buying game magazines to find the tips and tricks to to get past things in games. Video games even had like hotlines, like Nintendo games for like the NES, and I think Super Nintendo as well would also have like, oh, if you're stuck, call this number.
Yep.
And so it's like, people complain about like, oh, games are hand-holdy, and yes, some of them can be really hand-holdy, but it that kind of is like a big course correction from the time, you know, where games really just were like buck wild in their design. Like, yeah, sure, like you had to go do some obscure thing that in another game could be like how you find a super secret, but it's like, no, you just need this to progress. And it's like, why? Like, why is
Uh,
it like this?
yeah,
And I was just like, okay.
yeah, I know how people nowadays complain about the yellow paint in modern games, pointing out, stuff to interact with in ledges and stuff.
Yeah, but now I actually saw a thread that gave like a kind of nuanced view on that of just like, it's like to help people to get through things because games in various ways need signposting, and some people will generally get stuck. Like playtesters will be like not notice what to do, but um, oh, nice infighting. But like the thing is,
Also,
like they also pointed out in older games that like some of them like handled it way better because they're able to make it a part like of the setting. Like Samus is like in the Metroid Prime games, she can do like her scan thing, but like that took place in real time, and you couldn't really fight while doing it. Um, so it's like there's stuff there, and also Faith in Mirror's Edge had her runner's vision, where like things she could interact with and climb on glowed red when and like that was just like, oh, that's how she sees the world, with like her like her super cool like parkour instincts just like pointing out to her immediately things she can like run and jump on, right? And it's like, and no one complained about that ever. You'll never hear anyone complain about that, even though that's like really obvious. But
mm,
they also in this same thread they talk about how like for a lot of times like the stuff that like I think it was like the new like new footage or demo whatever for Final Fantasy VII remake, um, but part two, Return of Cloud, um, it showed like a climbing on the ledge, and that had like the yellow things, and
I
it's like,
I'm not happy about that.
and it's like it feels the climbing and stuff and like while exploring is just they mentioned that that's like a secondary thing to like what the main gameplay is about. So like obviously it can't be as like well focused as everything else, but it feels so glaringly obvious that like you're kind of going, it's kind of like being railroaded, right? But it's like incredibly obvious that you're being railroaded down a path, and it's like, well, you don't have to make it that like intrusive that it's like, oh, here you go, and it's like, well, you know why couldn't it have just been like a little interactive cutscene or whatever, like climbing a ladder in like Resident Evil 4 or whatever? Like, why do I have to like you know do this? Because it could sometimes make it like feel like busy work. Because especially since platforming often gets added in games as like a secondary thing, like for shooters or whatever, where it's like not as developed as the shooting, so it's like, you know, more of like a cinematic set piece sort of thing. But if it's like too obvious, you know, it feels like, yeah, again, I'm repeating myself now, but yeah. And I'm like, no, what? Yeah, I do agree with that, because it's just like, you know, maybe. One more thing before I, my brain. goes into
One
game
more
mode
thing.
thing. Is just like they also mentioned another part of this problem is that because of how high fidelity like everything has to be now, or you know, in mainstream games at least, it's like it can generally get you know get hard to like notice if like, well, like what do I climb on, or can I try climbing and like up on other things, because like every rock is like high fidelity, and you know, instead of like back in the day where obviously the main things you can interact with had the most detail because you know they needed it. So it's like you also run into that being an issue, especially if they allow you to try to climb things whenever, even if there's only specific things you can really climb on. It's like, well, can I jump on this or this? Oh god, there's so many pinkies. Haha, fine. Oh,
Oh yeah, I was about to point out that those guys can infight, but in Doom Original they couldn't. Hell Knights and Barons couldn't infight in originally, but they can in 64.
nice.
Better game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you said Mirror's Edge had the vision thing.
Yeah.
Some people don't like that, not because it makes things too obvious, but rather it's too much of a crutch in that people don't experiment with your movement abilities and like can't and like don't and therefore don't do wild things you can do with your movement and yeah.
Ah, interesting. I also
thought-
love that you can cheese this thing.
Oh fuck. Nope, that's the wrong one. No, that's safe game.
Oh, that's save.
I bought the sequel to
Oh.
Mirror's Edge when I got my PS4, and I've never played it.
Oh no. At some point, I should beat Mirror's Edge. I still have my PS3, and I can try giving it a go. But I still remember quitting when the game was like, "Hey, you know how like early on you can like run away from fights and do full parkour because you're a courier, you know, and that's like kind of your thing." And then later it's like, no, you have to fight people. Like there's one area that I thought was a neat as like a set piece where you have to fight a whole bunch of cops, and it's like that was kind of cool, though hard because you're not meant for fighting dudes, right? But it's like, you know, it's a change of pace, right? I'm like, cool. And then another part where it's like, oh, there's ninjas now. There's just hardcore guys who know like martial arts, and you have to fight them to continue. Or no, I think I tried running past them, but they're also parkour people, so they can just like kick me off of the platform I was trying to jump on. I'm like, oh, I can't run past them. They're too fast for me. Like, like oh, and I think I like after getting frustrated, I put the game down, turned off my PS3, and then I never played Mirror's Edge again because it's just like that wasn't what I wanted from Mirror's Edge, and it's like maybe now after so long I'll give it another shot, but it's like it's just frustrating when it's like, oh no, this game that very much isn't based, you know, built around combat. It's like, no, you gotta fight dudes now, and it's like, oh, no. Because I cannot emphasize it enough. You are not really meant for combat. You can do some martial arts stuff, but it's like Oh boy, like I really struggled with like just one of those ninja dudes, but like I think I got ambushed by like three of them.
Alright, well, let me go to the bathroom real quick.
All right.
Yeah? Listen, you partner your bathroom. You have to stay on topic.
Yeah.
You know,
Gosh.
do some like sick wall running.
Yeah. Gosh.
I'm tired of every game becoming open world.
Yeah,
Same. It's just,
not every speed.
and no one, to add on to that, I wish if games more, more games are becoming like if that's gonna trend is gonna keep going of open world games, like they don't need to make it even bigger than the last big name open world game. Like, what
Yeah,
if you have a
exactly.
tighter experience? Because like, what a problem with a lot of these games, like that Bethesda has shown us, is that they can be filled with a lot of bugs, and part of that is it's the games are just so big. It's hard to uh, bust all those bugs. Like, so they have to focus on usually the most important stuff. Like, oh, the game will just explode. Like, the game will delete your save file if this happens or whatever, or the game just crashes immediately. And even then, like with I mean, okay, this is like Fallout New Vegas. Is okay. That's oh, no, it's made with the Gamebryo engine that was made by Bethesda. I can still blame them for that. Like that one will just crash the desktop sometimes, even with all the like unofficial patches add instability mods in the game. It just happens, and it's part of it. Is just these games are pretty big, and it's there's so many systems happening at once that um it, it's hard to just go through it and test it and you know make it stable. But it's like no, if you have a more focused experience that well, like if you want an open world and it's not too big, then there's a lot you can do with that and still have like cool, still be great. And while being able to focus more on what you really want instead of like yet another Ubisoft like of like you can do everything and anything, and you had to climb the big towers to unlock more stuff on your map. Which is funny that Legend of Zelda has that with Breath of the Wild and the towers. But yeah,
Yeah,
and it's like, come on, like they don't all have to be big games that have 500 hours of content, which is just do the
yeah.
same repeating mission over and over again.
Like when you just, I mean, it's the same mentality that leads to people going, "Oh, if we put AI in our games, we can have infinite content." You don't need infinite. Sometimes a game can be 10, 20, 40 hours long. That's all it is. And it can be an amazing game, even if it has no replay value, or if it, is just that. It's just that strict, fixed line.
Yeah,
Like, t- I mean, obviously, a lot of older games did have limitations on how much of a game there could be, and a lot of them are better for it. Can you imagine, like, 500 hours of Chrono Trigger?
oh
It's a
god.
good game, but it's very tightly paced. Uh, and you can say that about a lot of games that, like, they don't need to be a game that you can play forever, to be remembered forever. Yeah.
Yeah, because yeah, no, and just having a linear game isn't a bad thing. Like,
It's not at
just
all an indictment of the game's quality.
yeah, but gosh, because I do love open world games. I won't lie, but there's even though I like person who says she loves open world games, but also there's so many that I'm never even gonna try to play because they're just so big and there's just so much, and it's just like man, that's that's a huge investment in time for like some repeating quest line or whatever. Like I think Skyrim really poisoned that well a bit with like, oh, we have the Radiant quest, which is just a repeating side quest that you can keep doing for a faction or whatever from time to time. Because it feels like that kind of spread to other games. I think I don't know if it exactly spread, but it's like it feels like it, like of just like oh, and another thing of games with like massive amount of collectibles that are just like sometimes like, hey, you don't need to add this many. Like, I think that that's kind of my beef I have with Breath of the Wild and the golden, uh, I forgot what they're called, the nuts or whatever that you can give to the great the
Korok
Deku
seeds.
guy. Korok seeds, yeah. Because it's like, oh, if you collect all of them, you get a golden poop statue or whatever. Oh, and it's like I get some of the idea of like, oh, so that the players don't have to collect all of them to get all the upgrades. And it's like, well, then I mean, should then like, well, why add
You're
that many?
literally just padding the game out with that.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
there's
literally just
extra
padding the game out.
content. And
And
it's
like,
just, yeah, it's nothing.
And they could have instead just had all the other Koroks vanish once you get enough to max out. And
yeah,
so just
exactly.
leave
That
them
is
in there.
something that, yeah, instead of just insulting the player for like doing all the collectibles when usually in games it's like a thing that's been going on for decades where you get all the collectibles and you get something neat, or it's just like the people who want to 100% games, and like that's fine, you can play like that, but it's just weird to be like, haha, you collected all the collectibles in our big open world game, huh? And it's like, why? Like, why do that?
Like at least let me wear the poop.
Yeah, at
Give,
least make it something.
give,
Like, make it a
give
funny hat. Make it, I don't know, give you a T-shirt with it on it. Because I know there's T-shirts in Breath of the Wild.
there are T-shirts. You can
So
get a
just have a
Nintendo
T.
Switch T-shirt.
Yeah, and
No, I
I know
think you
that.
should be given a hat that says, I got 100% completion and all I got was this lousy hat.
Yeah, like something silly that that'd be something. But it's like, yeah, just padding the game out just feels like such a common practice now. I mean, okay, that's been going on for years. Like part of the reason why the old NES games were called, there was a reason Nintendo games had the reputation of Nintendo hard, and that was because they still use the old kind of arcade game tricks to like squeeze the quarters out of players for their games. Because back in the day, those suckers would cost like $60 back in the 80s or like the 80s and 90s. All right, and it's like, and like, hey, we want to make sure people are like getting as much money out of the game as possible, or feel like it, and like play it for as long as possible. So yeah, Castlevania is really fucking hard because they want you to feel like you're getting your money's worth from the time of playing it. So it's just they're padding it out by just making it really damn hard.
It's hard but fair though.
Yeah, but like there are other
Unlike
games
Ninja
that definitely,
Gaiden.
yeah. Gosh, it's just a silly thing, but like it feels more common now of just like, well, obviously, if you have an open world game, you need to just fill it with stuff that doesn't do anything, and it's like, why? Don't do this. How about you condense it down so that you don't need to feel like you had to fill it with like 900 uh, truck nuts or whatever the fuck. Something is equally, just doesn't do anything.
Uh,
I just realized your avatar is a dungeon machine.
Yeah,
I don't know how long it's been that.
for months now, but it's fine
Yeah.
yeah.
I pay
because
attention to things.
it
Uh,
happens.
Dungeon Mishi is based on Well, okay,
Oh
it's based
yeah,
on a bunch of Western role playing game stuff, but like also one of the things it's based on is wizardry.
yeah,
Yeah, it's the concept of casting spells.
Yeah.
yeah. But just it's so funny that like from like her the author's blog like years ago posted up like the image of all the characters as like kind of prototype like concept art for them and just like what their classes would be in wizardry. And it's kind of funny seeing like some of them of like Chilchuck just stays thief the whole time. um I forget like right where it would have been in deepest literature I think. But yeah, so I think like Senshi was supposed to become like a samurai, like fighter to samurai or something. And I'm like, that sounds fun. I never played wizardry, but like that sounds cool. Or like,
I have, and it's interesting in a lot of ways.
yeah, it's kind of like the I don't know if it's the first like dungeon crawler, but it's kind of like the definitive like origin point for so much about dungeon crawling and like RPGs. Like so much of it, so many things from like RPGs overall comes from wizardry.
So I'm gonna cite the website dungeoncrawlers.org here. Wizardry is a 1981 game. There were dungeon crawlers beforehand, but there's only two listed here. One of which is, Akalabeth World of Doom, which I believe had the same developer. Ah, I don't even know. So James did mention this at some point. But the very first one may in fact have been Maze War in 1974.
Huh,
I'm just gonna actually drop a link here
neat.
so we can see a list of them.
But yeah, I posted no, I should post it also in the YouTube as well. But for the wizardry thing, like love the classes where it's like, oh, Laos is supposed to be a fighter, then Lord, uh, Aitsumi is fighter, then ninja, Marcel mage to bishop, Chilchuck just thief, Fallen priest, and Senshi's fighter to samurai. And I remember seeing on Twitter someone in the comments like, "Oh, you telling me that she wouldn't just keep re-rolling so that Senshi can just start off as a samurai?" Which I'm guessing they would get a whole bunch of bonus stats, or you need the right stats to be a samurai. Like, and I love
Oh
the
yeah,
idea that you can
probably.
just keep re-rolling. to just
I, if I remember correctly, the requirements for samurai aren't too high, unlike ninja, which pretty much needs nearly the highest stats in everything.
wow,
Ninja needs 17 in everything.
gosh,
There was this one LP I read of wizardry.
neat.
Uh, okay, whatever. I'll I'll link it, although I will warn that it's an older one, but yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Putting the Warner Brothers like this was made in an older time warning in front of this
It was wrong
written
then,
LP.
and it's wrong now.
So,
Yeah.
but oh yeah, you know what? It's still going back to wizardry for a second. It's still wild of like how big that is, especially since it actually got more popular in Japan. Like there's more of the games are Japanese exclusive than otherwise,
Yeah.
which is fuck wild. Which because like especially since you had to consider like wizardry, and then uh like D&D, well, via record of great record of Ross. Great, wait,
Lodos War.
Record of
Lodos War,
Lodos
yeah,
War.
right, which kind of became its own thing and actually spawned its own tabletop RPG that's still played and still has new additions to this day. Like how much that influenced so much of like RPGs because Dragon Quest, which is one of the most popular RPGs that that ever existed. It's like back in the day, people in mass would call off of there'd be quite a few people calling off of work to play the newest Dragon Quest, right? That sucker became huge. That is very much inspired from the kind of D&D stuff and also wizardry
In
and such and those older dungeon crawlers and things.
in Yakuza 0, there is a side story where Dragon Quest 3 got released, and yeah, you have to and it's someone tried to steal it, but then you have to fight the person who did, and then yeah, other stuff happens.
Oh wait, which Yakuza?
Yakuza 0. That's the one
Oh.
that takes place in the 80s.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. God, that's really funny. God.
But yeah, back to wizardry, and it's interesting because basically, instead of saving the world and the world state and your characters, it only saves your characters and whatever they have on them, and also whatever's in the item storage. Which essentially means you can go to places where you fight bosses and then fight them over and over again and get the key items. Not only that, but you also, if your characters get stuck because you left a key item back in storage or something, you can send out other characters to come and pick them up, and yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, in wizardry, for some reason, gnomes have no starting stat below 7, which every other race seems to have. And this is translated in Dungeon Mishi by having the gnome character be the most sensible of the party members.
He's not a gnome though.
He basically is.
He is
okay.
James,
I mean, he's a halfling, but I get what you.
halflings
I
are
know. I
not
do agree
gnomes,
with
James.
because they're different in the setting, but at the same time, yeah, I get I feel you.
The thing
because
is,
especially using the wizardry inspiration.
you
He
could
is a
argue that,
hobbit. He has heritage.
yeah, he kind of is just a hobbit, but so the thing is, gnomes have existed in D&D since the start, and yet, under most writers, in most editions, they are a bit redundant with dwarfs and halflings, and you could probably lose them entirely and fold them into a different culture of dwarfs or something, and not really lose anything.
Yeah.
But they never really did that. They just kind of kept trying to find a niche for gnomes to occupy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. that said, God, Dungeon Meshi is so good.
So good.
Because it's like, oh hey, what if actually give a space for all these different fantasy races in the setting, like halflings or halffoot as they're called in setting, they are discriminated against, and also they live shorter lives than like humans. Like they're like the average life expectancy in sort of like vaguely medieval fantasy world is like 60 for like humans, but like for half feet or half foot, it's only like 40. Like they're considered an adult by like 14, and like it's a
Yeah.
whole thing. Like but like gnomes, dwarves, and elves live like longer than humans, with like elves and gnomes kind of being closer
Yeah.
together, and that actually affects a lot of things because it's like, oh,
Oh,
what if
definitely.
elves live like for so long and can get so much knowledge and uh you know and remember things that like other people wouldn't remember, like, oh, were you back there like 500 years ago? And they would be like, yes, actually I was. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, there's actual power imbalances, and like they beef with each other, and it's
Hmm.
it makes it a more interesting setting because like something I noticed about like kind of like a lot of generic fantasy, including the Forgotten Realms, which is that like, oh, they have all these different fantasy races, but they don't really interact much with each other in interesting ways, like
Yeah.
because like, so it's like there's not much tension there or anything interesting, of their relationships between. Maybe elves are a bit sassy or something, and dwarf is grumpy, with these fancy elves or something like that. But it's like, oh no, there's interesting things going on with like, oh, what if these people get to live for so much longer than anyone else, and it's like they get to like their kingdom gets to amass so much like resources and like knowledge and like magic knowledge that gives them an edge over others that's like hard to deal with, or like, yeah, the halflings that are discriminated against for like people thinking they're just thieves or whatever, or when it's you know they are discriminated against for that. And like hell, the Chilchuck, the guy from in the main party in Dungeon Meshi, he's actually uh like a head member of a Halffoot guild too, because he noticed like, oh, a lot of us are getting like taken advantage of in like these avenging parties and such, as just like basically cannon fodder of just like, so it's like, hey, what if we have a guild to like protect our members,
Hmm.
which is great because I see people on Tumblr saying like, hey, he's a union boss, and I'm like, technically, not exactly, but that's also not like wrong, and just it's funny, like he's a union man, and it's like, yeah, um, yeah, you get some interesting stuff that come out of like them beefing with each other, because yeah, it's just really weird when it's just all surface level, but nothing really fascinating, nothing interesting or of note comes out of that, because like, uh, oh, Gesundheit, if you sneezed.
Thank you.
Because yeah, like even the old Dungeons and Dragons settings, like the Forgotten Realms or Faerun, it's like they don't like. Is there anything interesting between elves and dwarves? No. Like it's just like, oh, you something something, maybe some insult based on your ears, or how fancy poetry you like. Just like nothing. Like, come on, there's nothing interesting there. But like, like you gotta give them something worth beefing about and like
I
seeing
mean,
how that interacts, or
yeah,
else just
Delicious in
nothing.
Dungeon actually has the like the imbalance of lifespan is like a primary motivation for at least one character. Like, eh, so, mm, how
Yeah,
do you pronounce this? Marcel, quite literally, like, a lot of her study into magic is based around the idea that she doesn't want there to be this massive imbalance. And it might not even be possible for her to do it, but if she finds any solution to increase the lifespans of the other, like, of all of the people that she knows that are probably going to die hundreds of years before her, then it's going to involve dark magic, like ancient magic as it's called. Like, it's the kind of thing, yeah?
I was about to say, like, hey, tell them. I don't know how much it was. Like,
Like,
no, whatever. I was getting.
I
weird
mean,
about spoilers.
it's
Like,
not,
no,
it's not at all a
fun
spoiler that she,
Spoilers
Like,
for anybody who hasn't read the manga.
I'm not
Yeah.
spoiling the, I'm not
none of-
spoiling the
none of
manga,
this
I'm
is coming
saying,
up in
this
the
is
anime,
like-
I'm saying.
yeah, okay, God, because the anime is just started. It's impossible to talk about anything without spoiling it if that's your definition of spoiling.
Well, I mean,
This is like
when-
5
when it-
volumes in, it outlines. Yeah, this is part of why she studied the forbidden techniques to revive someone who had been eaten and digested by a dragon.
I mean, uh, it was
Sorry.
a big shock to me when it when I was
Well,
reading
yeah.
it. Like, oh, huh? She like, why does she know this? And it's like,
I guess.
so yeah, that's
Alright
why I
then,
meant.
sorry, like, if that, God, why are we even talking about it?
It's not.
I'm sorry, I just forgot that, like, oh yeah, there are people who will go, oh, well actually you can't talk about this because the new anime hasn't gotten there yet, are you? When we're talking the themes of something, we can't just go, oh, well you'll find out later, wink wink. It's... yeah. Alright, I'll stop talking for a bit.
Sorry, Mary, but
There-
I was.
Just because there could theoretically be people watching, and also who have not seen
No one is watching.
it. Nobody's watching.
I mean,
There's
people watch it
nobody in
after it
chat.
comes-
Any people watching it after the fact, leave a comment screaming at me, spoiling you on this anime. Come on. I can take.
So, wizardry, right?
Wizardry.
Some wizards.
Yeah, in wizardry, there's no immunity. Bosses aren't, like, immune to, like, instant death or statuses.
Huh.
And the ninja has, like, passive critical hit is instant death skill. Although it doesn't always go off.
But still.
And, like,
That's wild.
yeah. But yeah, like, Return of Wyrna is also pretty neat, which is Wizardry 4. Wizardry 1 through 3, they're kind of like episodes in an episodic game. Kind of like Doom. How Doom had the 3 episodes.
Nice.
Yeah. And, like, instead of... Wizardry 2 did not allow you to make a party at the start. You had to import your party from 1.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
It's not even giving you the option to start partway in through the series. Like, no, you have to go through the first one.
Although 3 does give you the option.
Yeah.
3 is also... 3 also technically doesn't import your characters. It imports the next generation of them. Age is kind of a thing, although it's a thing you can get around in Wizardry.
ye oldie fake ID.
Kind of. So when you reset in, there's a chance that it will age you a week. Except when you choose the option for the stable, which is the free option. It won't restore your hit points, but it will restore any magic. Because it's
Huh.
D&D charges, essentially. It will restore all magic points that you have, or at your current level. Oh, and of course the gun guy got me, not the big guy. But yeah, so you can essentially cheat aging by just going into a stable and sleeping there.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Just the absolute, like, have no good sleep for your whole adventure to just not age.
Yeah. It also saves you money, since you don't have to pay for the stable.
I guess, yeah.
And aging will eventually kill your characters, which is kind of why Wizardry 3 does the next generation thing.
Oh my god.
Are the next generation, but they're wizards. Continue.
Yep. And Wizardry 4, that's not a factor since you... Well, the character you play as is the villain of the first game, and they are 100, and also they don't hit rest normally like you do in 1, 2, and 3. The game plays very differently. You know how... So you know Pokemon?
Yeah, I feel like
I
I
know
do.
of it.
Wizardry 4 has you playing as Wordna, and you summon monsters to help you.
Are there
Okay, but can you
shinies,
catch
though?
an Abra?
No, you don't catch, or there's no shinies.
Damn.
Yeah. And
Oh,
also...
it's just like Telefang.
yeah,
Oh my god.
it's like... No, it's not.
We never get to talk about Telefang.
Something we remake. We have our own realm hack, a Telefang, but it's just you call us and our personas come to help you.
No.
in
I was
a certain
thinking
amount of
more. Demon Lord whips out his cell phone and like dials up his minions, and they're like, "No, dude, we're busy. We're gonna be like having a party down in the dungeon for the next 8 turns."
Yeah. God.
But yeah, Wizardry 4, it's interesting because all the enemies are parties of, like, adventurers.
Uh-huh.
And, like, the vast majority of them are player adventurer parties that they were submitted to the Wizardry devs. Some of them are just, like, people that the devs either know or they just made up parties because you couldn't. They got like 50 something or 90 something parties, I think.
Oh wow.
But yeah. But yeah.
No.
Oh, continue, Merritt.
Sorry, you started saying something else.
What are you gonna say?
It doesn't matter at all.
But yeah, Wizardry 4. It also relies on. All the puzzles are basically checking you on how well you know the previous Wizardry games. Like, for example, the first puzzle, you are in a 2x2 room, and there's seemingly no exit. Now, if you know Wizardry, you know that there are secret doors, and you can make secret doors visible with the light spell. So you can go to a pentagram on the floor that lets you summon monsters, and you can summon up level 1 priests who know the light spell. And that's
An easily accessible game that must have been. Well, you only have to have played all the previous Wizardry games to know the solution to the first puzzle.
yeah, nearly every puzzle has to do with the previous Wizardry games. So.
Yeah. A real game for the wizard heads.
It's also a game with multiple endings.
Do choices matter?
Kind of.
Oh.
Getting to the end of the final dungeon, and there are like 3 buttons in front of me, and they determine the ending. All the endings are almost the same.
First, you have to talk to a weird ghost child for a while.
God.
So dear.
I was actually thinking more Deus Ex Human Revolution, but yeah.
God. It's so weird
Which
that Deus
button will
Ex
you
has
press?
that as like a thing in several of them. Of literally, you just have 3 buttons in front. Like you have some number of buttons in front of you.
Like,
You just press one.
technically the first Deus Ex had that, but across like the span of an entire level, and so you could press one of the buttons to get an ending, but all of them were after going and solving all the stuff to set it up. Human Revolution literally just pops you down in a room with 3 buttons and makes you choose,
Ugh.
and none of them are canon.
Yep.
No,
Not one of
which
them.
is God.
Just like Resident Evil.
I know.
Mankind Divided just goes with oh no, none of those happened
That's so.
kind of ending.
I mean that. A part of me is conflicted on judging them for that because when they made Deus Ex 2, Son of Deus Ex, it's actually called Invisible War. Like that one, they just kind of mashed all the 3 endings from the original Deus Ex together in a weird way to kind of make it so that they're all canon. Because it's like, well, because I guess they didn't want to or couldn't decide on which one of these is canon. They just sort of went with all. And I think I don't know if the second game has like a whole level, and then you get like to make your choice of the ending, or it's just like they just pop you down. From what I know of Invisible War, I'm more my vote is towards they just sort of pop you down somewhere. with like how that game designed, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, just still bewildering that that's a thing that in this game.
So Wizardry 4 does that for 3 of the 5 endings.
Huh.
Except you make the choice much earlier.
Huh.
The 2 other endings, well, I'd rather not spoil it for you. There's another LP that I also read of Wizardry 4.
Neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting to do it like that. Game where to get the last 2 endings, you had to meet Daryl behind the fantasy 7-Eleven. Give him a 50, or well, I guess for a fantasy game, it'd be more like 5,000 because of just how like prices work in those, but whatever. But yeah, no, that's fascinating. But yeah, it's just kind of inherently silly to have, just there's just a place where you push a button. That's where your ending is. But like, it's yeah, fascinating way to handle it. Which a part of me is still wondering if I should try going through the rest of the Mass Effect games. Now, setting my expectations. Now that like it's been so many years, and I like can more properly set my expectations than when people first played it. Because man, I remember so many of my friends were pissed off at Mass Effect 3.
I did not initially play Mass Effect 3 because I didn't want to get Origin.
Oh yeah. forgot
I
about
do
that.
recommend going back through them though. I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Like Mass Effect 3 has an awful ending, but it's still an otherwise pretty good game.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mentioned it before on stream, but I still love that there's one side quest where it's like, oh no, there's a femme fatale that has sex with people and then kills them, and you, being explicitly sent to investigate and capture her, can instead choose to have sex with her, the woman who has sex with people, and then kills them, and then you have sex with her, and there's a little montage showing like like some teasing stuff about that, and then you die because she has sex with people and murders them, and you knowing this could be like, yeah,
You
worth
go,
it.
yeah, kind of hot.
Rip
Like,
to those,
wouldn't be interested without that.
rip to
To be
those
clear-
people, but I'm different.
I can tank it.
That's literally what Shepard says.
Oh my
And,
god, that
she,
he's
she,
so
she
different.
kills you by having sex with you, just to be clear.
Oh,
obviously.
yeah, that's
she's
how
a
that
sex
works.
She doesn't like
She's a sex
murder you
vampire.
independently of that afterwards. It's not like okay, now we finished, go into combat mode. It's like the act kills you.
Yeah, I forgot about the whole sex vampire thing because I think my brain
Sex
just erased
vampire.
it because like that's
Yeah.
kind of
It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fucked.
And it's a recurring plot point in the second and third game.
what?
It's just-
You'd think you wouldn't get as much mileage out of that, but it's there.
It's just a weird disease that Asari can sometimes get,
Yeah.
or where they eat you by having sex with you,
God,
and they can't help it. It just happens.
Yeah, you know how it is
Can't help being a
on
gem knot.
Tuesday. Yeah, can't. But God, I wish the Asari would treat it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
'Cause I
everything.
yeah, to say my piece, I remember playing the first game and it was like, oh, collector's edition, greatest hits thing, like on disc. I'm like, cool. It had like a bonus DVD that talked about like some developer commentary or like interviews, something like that, and the person who designed the Asari was just straight up like, oh, I wanted hot, sexy blue women, blue alien women, and it's like, oh, like you mean the whole thing with that, and it's because they have so much potential, and they're innately attuned to the biotics. Yeah, that's what they call the
Yeah.
psychic stuff, right? So like, they're attuned to biotics in a way that other like peoples aren't. They like have a very powerful position in the intergalactic politics. Like they have so much going on, and they get that they're basically elves. They get to live for like what 1,000 years or something, like hundreds of years.
1,000, at least.
Oh yeah, it's 1,000. Yeah, at like from like old age. It's like they have all this going on, and but it's like the original design doc was basically like sexy blue alien women, and like man, it sucks.
Eh,
Because then we get sex vampires.
yeah, that part sucks. But the blue alien woman. I mean, that's basically honestly Star Trek started that. So like, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Like, yeah, I can't counter that. That's probably true, because they did, there's only so much the costuming department had budget for back in the day. So like, what if you just paint
Yeah.
like a lady blue or green?
I mean, with the Orion, the Orion girls, they were all green.
Yeah.
One of them is a main character in the lower decks.
Neat.
Well, the Andorians are the blue ones, but they're less about like sexy aliens. They're more just like, how do you even describe them? They're more just to differentiate them from humans and other very human-like aliens, you know?
Yeah.
They've got a whole rivalry thing going on with Vulcans. At least
Huh.
do in some of their appearances. I haven't actually seen any of the original Star Trek episodes of them, so I don't actually know what their deal originally was. Because quite a few of these, like, changed wildly between iterations of Star Trek. In the way that, like, what you think of as a Klingon didn't really exist until the movies. They had a completely
Yep.
different gimmick.
Huh.
So, the original gimmick was that they're just white people in brown face.
Oh no.
Yeah, they kind of, like, visually that was their thing, but also they were, those treacherous Klingons who are always backstabbing each other. And the movies kind of oddly gave them a trait the Romulans had had up until then, which is they were super honorable, or at least their culture, like, said, oh yeah, it's honorable to do these things. And so they kind of swapped at some point. Not completely, but enough that if you watch the original series, you go, wait, are these meant to be Romulans or Klingons?
Huh.
Yeah. What I did? One of the Star Trek original series episodes that I did watch was Balance of Terror, the introduction to the Romulans, which is still a really great episode. It's like, it's basically, I mean, it is quite literally a submarine duel in space. That's what it was based on. And it's still interesting, you know?
Nice.
Like, kind of, being the very self-contained story it is, it kind of lives and dies by the characterization of the, like, rival captain. you know, and they managed to pack a lot of that into one episode of the show. Yeah. So the thing that I was going to say, and then I felt super bad because I felt I was cutting James off from saying something, is isn't basically an isekai concept that I ended up just posting in isekai naming chat while we were talking. Which is basically you end up in like some magical world with a cell phone, but the reception is garbage. And you're like, wait, oh, I also have the power to turn wizard towers into cell phone towers. And so that becomes a whole thing of like overthrowing the local wizards to get better range on your cell phone, and like spreading the internet to this world. With the internet for some reason being like a magical force rather than like you're accessing an existing magic rather than creating the internet.
Huh.
Which is like a concept in some things, accidentally more than anything.
Going back to Mass Effect, it's a thing in Mass Effect.
Yeah. The internet's just out there already. You're not like coding it like and assembling it piece by piece as infrastructure. It's like woven into the fabric of the universe for no discernible reason.
God. Trying
Oh, those opened up.
Oh my god, I just now remembered something of kind of related to the internet. Oh,
Dang it.
sort of Shadowrun, but it's weird. Like there's the Manosphere, which every in a cycle of that goes on and off of 5,200 years, based for some reason. Probably because it sounds cool. The Mayan calendar thing that also has the ages that last for that long. It's like that overlines with the Earth and like comes off alignment for those times, and that like that's a thing. But then eventually there's like technomancers and sprites that exist on the internet due to just I guess there being so much mana in the air. Just it eventually interacts with the internet to make magic internet, and it's a whole weird thing with people wanting to take advantage of technomancy or whatever. Like I remember hearing about like one asshole character like who appears in several of the source books who like he basically hacked a dog so that he can go hunt technomancers because for some reason he hates technomancers. And it's like that's such a fucking concept. I can't even when it's like people like that's the most anime ever and it's like you didn't add an adjective and it's like look look sometimes you struggle with that. Because sometimes it is the most blank ever and that's basically hacking a dog because technomancers can be hacked, you see, because they are inherently connected to the internet, to cyberspace or whatever. So which is funny to think about, but it's like it is a thing where like they have some biological component in them now that are like adaptation that just allows them to connect to the internet at all times. Like they're just always wirelessly connected, and it's just like that's such an idea. I don't know how I fully feel about it, but sure does exist. Of what if dogs? Because like there's people that can access the magic in the Shadowrun setting, but there's also awakened animals where it's like, what if a cat can learn how to cast spells? It's rarer than with humans, but it does happen. And technomancy with the same thing. What if a dog can hack its food tray or whatever, its food dispenser? It'd be too powerful. but yeah, still just like, like, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I just remembered the dog story and I got bewildered because
Yeah.
what if you could hack a dog? Like,
I
that's
mean,
just so dumb.
there's the story of God. I just saw on Tumblr earlier today that like some guys robbed a casino and they're like like the way they got into the security system was through through the digital thermometer in like a fish tank because it was connected to the internet because
Oh my
everything's
god.
connected to the internet.
That's
Like
oh my
the
god.
Internet of Things has left this massive web of weird entry points into other like into other parts of the internet, and it means yes, you can hack into this casino's fish tank, and this has unrestricted access to their security systems for some reason. Because of course it has
Yeah.
no security updates. Because why would you update the thermometer in your fish tank ever?
Yeah.
Yep, that's Mega Man Battle Network.
That
Yeah.
definitely is. Oh, no. But unfortunately, a reality due to the Internet of
Yeah.
Things and just companies making shit that sound good on paper without the actual support they need to not become a threat later. Ugh. I'm dying, Squirtle. Do I have that saved on this computer? Give me a sec while I post my favorite reaction image. Because sometimes I am dying, Squirtle.
Dying Squirtle.
God. Where is it? I know I have it saved. I'm dying, Squirtle. Wait, did I make that into a sticker here? Yes, I did. I forgot I did that. Because, yeah. Uh, but, yeah, no, that actually makes some, thinking about it, like, yeah, if you have an unsecured connection to your Wi-Fi, then yeah, someone can just access it, gain access to your Wi-Fi, and then, hack on from there. It's just, like, just a thing. Oh, God.
I'm in.
Yeah? Just a thermometer for a fish tank. Like, man. Like, if any. Oh, okay, Bluetooth wouldn't make it. Okay, actually, I was about to say, like, if anything, that could have just been Bluetooth, but Bluetooth isn't that secure either, especially with the
Yeah,
flipper
it's
or whatever it's
really
called
not
now,
secure.
where you can
Flipper
just
Zero?
yeah, Flipper Zero, where it's just uh can just I don't know does it, I don't think it breaks phones, but like oh boy, it can certainly fuck up a whole like I think someone did that at like a furry convention and like so many people's like phones got fucked up and other
Yeah.
devices. Like there are some medical devices that use Bluetooth. And
Mhm.
like so it's like oh no. Because Bluetooth has been around for so long, and I remember as when I was a young girl and first got like a cell phone, like me on field trips, me and the other kids would like share songs with each other via Bluetooth, and that was cool. But I don't think
God,
it
that
really
makes
got.
me feel old.
Yeah, sorry,
I know it's only a
but
couple of years between us, but we did not
yeah,
have that privilege.
The blue frog
yeah,
bastard.
yeah. Um, I mean, I forgot. I know I was like a teen or something
Yeah.
when I like first had access to a cell phone, and it was like a flip phone or something. Um, but yeah, no, like, but yeah, still, it's like, oh, that's cool, but like, yeah, Bluetooth really hasn't been updated that much since basically since then. So yeah, it's also not that safe, but it's at least you're not giving, just direct Wi-Fi access. you know, but still, like, bonkers. That you could fucking hack a casino through a fish tank thermometer. It's like, man, why does that have to
I linked it in
just have
chat.
someone check it? Yeah, I know you linked in chat. It's just like, man, you could have just had someone check on it manually instead of having connected to the internet.
Yeah, but there are people will always like go, "Oh, this is way more convenient. I will never update this though." And it's like there's no reason that this should be connected to the internet. Like on a
Yeah.
network, sure, maybe, but the internet, no.
Yeah. Or I guess, you know, have like like a, you know, yeah, I don't know. Like, I bet maybe there's a way to make it work better, or like have it be on only an internal network or something. And have like, then again, it would have to have, you know, security, which, of course, the people making a thermometer that you know, accesses your Wi-Fi, yeah, they're not adding security to that. And you know, it's not open source, or you know, like the code for it or whatever isn't going to be open source. There's no way some nerd with like some very like well-meaning nerd could ever update it to not mess to not be a danger to you in the future. Because yeah, God. Oh no, which, God, I guess it's funny because this kind of wraps around to Shadowrun, because I know in that game it is a thing that, like, I guess also to, you know, to give hackers some utility in combat, that it is possible for hackers to like mess with people's guns and their gear if they're connected like to the Wi-Fi or whatever, if they have their wireless setting enabled. Which is funny, if someone bricking your fucking gun because it has an app or something. I mean, I don't think they have apps, you know.
Oh
because
man.
yeah, or I bet some of them do. Yeah.
So MGS4 is like has like yeah, there's like a thing about guns being controlled by like technology. And like
Guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang!
yeah, that's what the game is called.
Yeah,
And,
Guns
like,
of the Patriots.
I'm reminded
Oh, I'm
of
not-
a comic someone did, Awkward Zombie, where that scene plays out, only someone actually manages to shoot because they jailbroke their own gun to play songs.
Oh my god. A mercenary in the you know, the year 2014 or whatever Metal Gear Solid 4 takes place.
In the
who jailbreak the gun.
farthest year 2014.
Yeah, I think it is 2014 actually.
Yeah,
Let me double
probably.
check, because it was like, you know, that the you know that game wanted to be like the near future. Um, and you know, that came out like when the not it wasn't a launch game for the PS3, but it was near real damn close. But like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's just funny to think about, just jailbreaking a gun to play music. It's like, yeah, I bet there's a lot of people who just jailbreak their things and like, whatever, you play music on this. Like, Metal Gear Solid 4.
I boot the content.
Oh, thank you. God.
Yeah, MGS4 has a character who hacks guns for you because it's more of a shooter than it is a stealth game.
And that's why it's a bad game.
Oh.
MGS4
Oh my
has many things wrong with it.
Yeah, to be fair, Kojima was not good. Yeah, Hideo Kojima was going through a lot. He was incredibly depressed during the production of it. So, like, I. But that said, yeah, as a, as a game, as a piece of art, it definitely has its problems in several places. That said, I do like some of the things added in there, even some small details like if you try crouch walking for too long as Old Snake, sometimes his back will he'll stop and and tries to hit his back because his whole back can't handle it, can't handle walking like that for too long without it acting up, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, it's just I like that, it adds character to the game, But that said, it also is the game with multiple movie-length cutscenes,
Yep,
which
including the endings.
yeah. Also, oh yeah, I found it, and God, this is making me feel like I'm turning to dust, seeing that this is Game Facts, 15 years ago, someone listing off the years that the games take place in. And it's like, you're correct. Also, MGS4 takes place during 2014, 2016. Because I remember Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, takes place only about, only a few years after MGS4, and that one is 2018. The dark future of 2018. God.
That's another game I bought and then never played.
Oh, dear.
Rising is good.
Oh, I heard that one's fun. But yeah, no, it's just got the dark future of 2014, but you jailbreak your gun to to play share music on Bluetooth or whatever with your buddies. My God, yeah. Oh no. Well, I remembered something else that's cursed about Shadowrun is that in the 4th edition of the game, if it has Wi-Fi enabled, and astute listeners, watchers, audience, etc., may have noticed I said enabled, and you're like, well, can you just disable it? The answer is yes. But you see, the devs wanted you to have it enabled so that I guess hackers have something to do, both for player characters and non-player characters. So they try to give bonuses for if it is enabled, and a lot of them just sort of sucked. Actually, they're just bad. And one of the enhancements you can get, or one of the augments, is augmented breasts that can change size. Which, yeah, I bet a lot of people want that in real life. Of I want to show off right now, or I want to go for a jog, and I don't want, to be weighed down too much. So it's like, okay, sure, yeah, fine, but it has a bonus if you have Wi-Fi enabled on your augmented breast, which is just you can change the breast size faster. And it's but you can already change it really quick though. It realistically, you wouldn't.
Listen, this is useful in combat now.
Just surprise,
Awesome.
just surprise someone, with sudden.
That's
breast
not
expansion.
surprising. It's you know how let's say Luffy from One Piece has that you can punch you and he stretches out his arm and it goes gigantic, like that, but your whole chest. What
God.
if Mr. Fantastic was a woman, and instead of stretching her limbs, she stretched her... No. I shan't say.
God, there's an awful anime that's something like an God, I don't remember its name, which is probably for the best. But I remember its opening has a girl like she's sitting at a computer. She's like wearing a scientist getup and looks pretty cute. But she turns around
Whoa,
like, to
that's
look at the
nice.
camera, and her boobs just like fucking
It,
flip.
it's a
Like they
it's
just
a like
yeah.
Phantom Thief kind of show called Mouse, and yeah,
Oh my
it
god.
has an infamous opening. I can link it.
God.
The
Yeah. It's so funny.
searching. I'm not sure how to search for the GIF of that, so I'm just gonna find the opening sequence.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yes, I notice immediately from that description.
Yeah, I bet it was in an
It's
AMV or
bad.
something.
It is not a
So
good
bad.
show.
Also, I, for some reason, I'm like, no, maybe you can find the GIF if I search in Discords. Since it's called Mouse and like Wolf Mouse and
Search for
Boo, and I
mouse
found this,
boobs.
and it's like, oh, this sucks. Like, but I'm just putting this out there.
Mouse.
Just a curse upon the world.
Yeah.
In the voice chat. So make sure, if you're listening to, seeing this as a VOD, join our Discord to see curse images. Please do not do
Yeah.
this. But I mean, you join if you want. Yeah, we have fun here. We have the gays,
Yeah, we
remember?
have fun here.
God.
Oh,
Have the corridor that microwaves you.
oh yeah, MGS4.
That's so dumb. That's just so trying so hard. Like, oh, he's suffering, but then the little, Metal Gear that's chilling with him is completely fine. It's like, wait. Like,
I talked about Awkward Zombie earlier. They made a comic making fun of that.
yeah, they did. Oh, boy. Because it's like, how can you not? Because it's like, we had their microwave grandpa. He has to go suffer through this. Because...
Must have been this one. I definitely remembered it. But I'm like trying to find the exact like bit
Oh,
of this
fuck.
intro where that happens without watching the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a different opening?
No,
Oh, I see. This is a different version of the opening. I'll replace that
God.
link. But
I didn't know they had multiple openings.
no, they seem to have edited out you see the thumbnail of this.
Yeah. Oh my god, let me go back to the... I can't believe they edited out the thing that they
Timestamp.
in the thumbnail. Oh, let's get timestamp.
Ah, this is so stupid.
Yeah?
No, I'm saying the one I posted didn't seem to have the quite the ridiculous chest there. So I assume that's like a censored version of it.
Oh my
And I'm
god,
like,
you're
why would
right.
you censor that? So I just replace it with a link to the infamous opening itself. But the
Yeah?
show is called Mouse. It is not good. Like, if you're watching it, you know exactly what you're getting from the opening.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah?
No, I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that.
Mistakes were
dear.
made.
I don't think this was ever in an AMV hell, but if it was, like,
Uh,
you could imagine the jokes they'd make about it.
You know?
Might be.
That's that her
I don't
design
know.
is cute.
Yeah, it's like their designs aren't necessarily terrible until you see them in motion. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like there's like having some bounce to it, and there's So for anyone watching this without watching the opening of the anime Mouse, this woman's breasts rotate in such a way that they actually exchange positions. Like, it's like she's juggling melons under there.
I think I might have seen a gif of that.
You probably have seen just the gif of the, like, rotation on a loop. Because I have definitely seen that one.
Yeah.
It lives in infamy alongside the Luck and Logic fried chicken eating scene.
Oh no.
So, if you've ever seen a gif of an anime girl struggling to eat a bucket of fried chicken, and it's like animated in like 60 frames per second, it looks like it must have been expensive as hell for them to animate. That's actually from a card game anime called Luck and Logic. There's not much card gaming in it actually. It's one of the Bushiroad ones, and the card game flopped after like 3 sets because everyone went, I don't want to be seen playing this in public. It's let me just say this infamous scene is representative of the quality of the show as a whole. I believe it got cancelled after a season, and then they did another spin-off where they basically like hard rebooted
Oh
it.
fuck! Oh god, it was right behind me.
Yep,
right behind, isn't
he's right behind me, isn't he? Well, that just happened.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
What? And Logic. Chicken nugget meme. Yeah, I'm not linking it, but you know. You know.
God. That one.
In fairness, this girl is some kind of alien.
You know what? No, it still doesn't help. And like
It
it's
doesn't
something.
help.
It's something at least, I guess. But oh boy,
Yeah.
like that was animated on like once. I say as if I am some big knowledgeable person on animation. But God, basically what I'm saying is like yeah, no, that has a high frame rate. Like okay, like most animation is like 24 frames per second, but like there's there's been there's been tips and tricks to get to not make it too expensive by like animating not on every or where a frame stays there for a while because it's like 24 per second, but there's been like animating on twos where it's like for some scenes or maybe for some shows you only do like 12 of the frames where it's like a frame stays there like an extra 1/24th of a second longer or whatever, right? Whatever you call that unit of time, I guess a frame. But it's like, and there's animating on threes, which was popular in like some older anime, especially. But yeah, like the anime on ones is like when it's like no, every like 1/24th of a second, there is a new fucking frame of animation, and that's real damn expensive and. I don't know why. I mean, someone's into it. Like, that's the only explanation I can think of, because nothing else looks like that.
Nothing else looks like.
On the show, at least, it's like, why is that so anime?
So I never actually watched Luck and Logic. This was just infamous in circles that I was in because it's from the same. It's from the same company. He made the excellent card game animes Card Fight Vanguard and Future Card Buddy Fight. And then they made this, and like people went from going, okay, this game like sounds mechanically interesting from the first couple of cards. What are they doing? To having like promo cards that were like among the first 10 cards released, like multiple promo cards of underage characters with really revealing outfits, and it's like, dude, no. Like, what are you doing?
Fuck.
Yeah. And then, of course, the chicken nugget meme, the, like, there was no coming back from it for that
Oh, yeah.
afterwards.
Absolutely. Some director decided that
Yeah.
this anime was gonna live or die based on their, I don't
Yeah,
even
and
want
your
to say like
creepy,
barely
weird
disguised
fans
fetish.
there.
Like, I don't think it's disguised, actually.
It's not disguised.
Wild. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, anime. I guess. God. Such a wild decision from the card game and also the anime of just.
Yeah.
What if we just destroy ourselves in the most needless way possible?
Listen, like, the thing is, all of the Bushiroad card games, like, they shared regional venues. Like, when there was a Vanguard tournament, there was also a Buddy Fight tournament in the same place. There were also Weiss Schwartz ones. That's a whole other mess that I'm not going to get into particularly because not allowed to talk about one of the major franchises in that. So the thing is, that meant there were Luck and Logic games going on in the same venue as a Buddy Fight tournament that I was in once. And then never again. It was not popular enough to stick around.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Which hilariously means, yes, it had a shelf life of about 3 months.
God.
Yeah. It was outlived by Dragoborn, a series. Oh, not a series, like a card game so obscure that one time I showed up out of curiosity to see what the regionals for it looked like, was one of 2 people and who entered, and by default I'm technically the reigning champion.
Oh.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think that's actually, like, I think there were other tournaments that afterwards it did pick up some steam and is around for about a year. Which is not great, but like, come on, it beats Luck and Logic.
Yeah. Goodness.
I could go on a ridiculous deep dive on what went wrong with either of those games. I actually liked Dragoborn, like, as a... Like, mechanically, it had a lot going for it, despite being, like, a dice-based card game. Like, you did a lot of stuff that isn't just, oh, you rolled higher, that's better. There's a lot of, okay, you want to roll evens on this one. Or you want, like, you need to roll a 1 to get this effect, or all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And a lot of cards that, influence the outcome of dice rolls, and there was a lot of strategy to it, and they just kind of fumbled the advertising in that
Oh.
every single ad slot they had for it was only during their own shows. Like, the only advertising for Dragonborn was on the YouTube channels for Vanguard and Buddy Fight. So if you weren't watching those shows on YouTube, you would never have heard of this game.
Oh my god.
And the ads did not really explain what the deal was with it. And it was a pretty decent game. It's something I would have liked to see more of. I think I've played a grand total of like 3 rounds of it.
Oh dear. Oh my god, that's so many cactus. No, those are elemental?
No.
Cactus.
Pain Elementals have 2 mouths in this.
Ah, okay.
They're the ones with the 2 heads looking opposite ways.
Yeah.
Like, if you see a Pain Elemental, you know.
Yeah.
Because they
many
spawn
characters?
2. They spawn 2 Lost Souls at the same time now.
Ah.
Yeah, well, chicken eating scene. There's specifically a rule on a
Oh,
server
fuck.
that I'm on forbidding that GIF. The chicken eating thing.
Oh my god.
And that's fair, like, it's a server with a lot of people who were playing the various Bushy Road card games.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay.
I want to say Vanguard got rebooted again, I cannot remember. And they released a 10th anniversary set for Buddy Fight, and it's like the game that you killed off 5 years ago? Well, 4 years really. There's not a tournament scene to use any of them in.
Yeah.
Aside from in, I believe, Singapore, where they're printing their own sets. I don't know what's
Wow.
going on there. There's very little information on those.
That's great. Shout out to Singapore.
They don't have an anime for it. They're just making up their own like OCs for each of the factions and just going, yeah, this is the player who would be playing this deck if we had an anime. And they're like, I respect that. Alright, I'm remembering now. Yeah, Vanguard was rebooted, and the first episode got extremely weird about the like male character wearing a skirt and having characters act very weirdly about that. It's like, oh yeah, right.
Oh.
And it's like, God, I don't even know what year that was. That's Card Fight Vanguard Overdress. It's basically everyone I know that did give it a chance just abandoned it. So I don't know what's going on anymore.
Oh dear.
It's a shame because Card Fight Vanguard, like the original anime and then the remake of it, were both fantastic. Like you streamlined a lot of the plot for the remake. The original is very slow paced. It takes its time, and yet it's still like a really engaging watch. Like it starts off with basically we're card gamers at a typical card game club, and we were playing card games. We've got our own problems with like just completely mundane things, and then gradually one of them realizes that he has some horrifying psychic power, and that becomes a whole plot thing. It's like if in Yu-Gi-Oh! They had like 50 chapters of just Yugi hanging out and playing puzzle games with his friends before he realizes he's been murdering people all that time. Like it's as if you didn't have Yami Yugi until.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I was
It's not quite like. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say.
I mean, obviously Yugi isn't aware of Yami Yugi to begin with, but it's like as if that wasn't.
Introduced.
As if that wasn't introduced until some time into it, basically. And I'm not saying like all the time, oh, he's been doing this stuff. It's like, no, that only starts sometime in, and then he becomes aware of that. It's a bit of a strained metaphor at this point, okay?
I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of things being kind of slow, sorta reminded me of. I don't know why. I guess every once in a while, I still think back about Xenogears and like, man, what if that was good? I mean, I still want to go through it by myself at some point, but like, oh boy, it's like I remember like never finishing the game when I was younger, and then hearing, oh, they had such a a big thing with development, and they weren't able to finish the game how they wanted, which is technically true, but then it's also like, man, they really just never condensed it, huh? And like, and it's I mean that's also because like back they were also making Final Fantasy VII at the same time. It almost was Final Fantasy VII. Um, and just back in the day, they're like, well, if we're gonna make this RPG, it has to be, a really big 90-hour game, which I guess was still going on even back then, back in the day. And it's like, man, if they just condensed it and didn't make the whole three-dimensional fighting game that could show you your frame data. Um, like if they didn't do those things, then like man, they would have had definitely had enough of a budget to tell a compelling story within those constraints. Because they had the setup, they had these two nations that have been like at war for like 500 years, and another another people that purposely have been running things behind the scene to keep this war going on for this long, because they know the true history of the world and how their people got there in the first place. And it's, oh, that's really interesting. Then you meet the righteous heir to the throne for like one of the kingdoms, who like, oh, he was a prince, but his like father got ousted and he had to escape, and now that he's older, he wants to get back on the throne, try to make things right. And then later you meet I forget his name. He had the Spanish name, I think, but Ricardo. Yeah, Ricardo. And it's like, um, he's like a cool mutant guy who's like a wrestler, and he does wrestling moves. And you find out that he's, he was the abandoned son of the king and queen of the other like competing kingdom. And so like, and eventually they get to meet up, and it's like, oh, you can like you have a thing here where it's like, now that like these two people, could potentially become the rulers of each of these like two like competing countries, they can make peace with one another and like stop the war, and then turn their attentions against, I forgot their name, but like the other faction, right? That's been keeping this war going for like hundreds of years. That one side was about to win. They had like a small group formed to give aid to the losing side, to make sure that they're on direct, like specifically equal footing with the other country. And it's, oh, you can have a thing here, right? And it's like, oh, you have a story, but it it couldn't just be that, or they couldn't even conclude that. Like, I don't. Yeah, I remember, like, I think Mary looked it up on the wiki, and it's like, oh, yeah, that never gets brought up again. And it's like, oh, about like the whole
Never happened.
never
Total
happened.
fabrication.
A whole fabrication of my poor mind that wanted a compelling story about these, these two people who could potentially become leaders of the country. Where it's like, oh, one, fights to take back the throne, and the other maybe, like, something happens, and now he's the last, like, heir to the family, and like in his, like, I don't know, father or mother's dying breath, they just straight up, like, give the kingdom over to him, and, like, make your people proud, like, do better than we did or something. And it's like, oh, then they make peace. And it's like, oh, that could have been so compelling, but that's not what happens. And it's like, and then they add more plot. Like, apparently there's been weird, like, zombie things crawling out of the water, like weird zombie monster things crawling out of the water for who knows how long. And it's like, why are we just hearing about this now? It feels like something everyone in the setting would be talking about, huh? Like,
Wanna know what the funny thing is?
yeah.
We didn't even get to the real villain yet of the game.
It wasn't even the new generation of old men, or the fucking Demon King, or whatever he was called.
Yeah. Although, points to the real villain, he kills those guys.
Okay, that is a point in his favor for killing the new generation of old men.
Yeah, can we
which-
really say he's a bad guy after that?
You know what? You got a point. But God, the doomed generation of old men, where we just have a cutscene that we were trying to voice act, where we thought there was only 4 of them, but then there's actually 8. But like, they each
There
have
are
a
actually
pair.
12.
Oh, there's actually 12. Oh my God! But they
Yeah,
don't have any differences other than
We thought there
maybe
were 4 of them,
details.
and it's like, oh, we'll just divide them up, and then it turns out no, there's like 12 of them. They just have mix and match features, and they are. We might as well just have had one of us voicing everything, like every single one of them. They are not characters in any meaningful sense.
Yeah.
They are one character.
It's so bad. And it's like, why did you have to add this? It's like, oh no, they weren't able to complete their story, but then they also did this. It's like, why? Then again, the answer is there. They wanted to make a 90-hour RPG, and they, didn't have, as much time as they wanted to be able to fully make that, and also money. But then they also did the fucking the weird 3D mech fighting game, mini game. that
It's the point where it stops being a mini game and is just a game.
Yeah. And even then, it was not fully fleshed out, which is also frustrating because it's like, oh, this must have taken up some serious amount of budget to get this working. And like, there's a whole thing where a mysterious guy is like, oh, to fight him, you have to do all these, tactics because he's so much a beefier mech than yours, and you can do a boss fight with him where you don't have to win, but it's obnoxious to win just because he does so much damage to you, and you just have to spend so many turns healing. But then, like, you can do that, and then when you actually go in the mech fight after this whole big talk that, oh, you have to strategize, no, you can just stun lock him. So it wasn't even fully fleshed out, and it's like, oh no. It's just, that said, I did like the 2 girls that were added by the point in the game we got up to, because I like cute girls, and they were kind of silly. But also at the same time, I remember being so frustrated by them because it's like, of course they added new characters when we're already, like, there's so much happening, like, that, like, very little of it got resolved by that many hours into the game. Like, come on.
It's also frustrating that the party basically lets the bad guys kidnap the Nano Machine colony.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's that whole thing where there's a yeah, and like no one does anything. It's like, wait, this is a very if he gets away with this, this is very bad for a lot of people. Why are we just not doing anything? Like they could have shown us being like flashbanged or something, or like ambushed, but that wasn't really the case. And it's like, oh, it's always yeah, that is really frustrating. But yeah, it's just like man. That said, later, I'm guessing, I haven't played the games. I'm guessing, the director and team get better over time because they do the Xenosaga uh, games, which led to the Xenoblade Chronicles or whatever, and people seem to like those. I haven't really played any of those much, unfortunately, but like those seem to be pretty popular. So it's like, and also one of them has a non-binary character. And actually, I think two of them technically do. I think there's a DLC that like, or I think one game had like a DLC where another character is revealed to be non-binary. But also has the funny dialogue of the one person who's like, they're non-binary. That means that they don't identify with, like the gender binary of man
Which
or
is-
woman. Which is so funny, but it's like, no, it's clunky,
Yeah,
but
you know
like,
what,
good
you have
job.
to-
I mean,
You have to say that sometimes. Like, we're in an era where people go, "Oh, actually, Bridget isn't trans." And it's like, okay, here is like, no, you're not allowed to play that card in this one. Just
But
turning to the camera and saying, "Listen, you're
So-
gonna make some bad tweets about this if I don't say this."
Also,
Yeah.
the way Kitty says it was like a very Metal Gear Solid style way of saying it.
Solid Snake introducing his new non-binary friend to his old soldier buddies who survived all that nonsense.
I was thinking
Huh.
more codec call.
Oh no, you're right. It would be a Coda call. No, it would be Otacon giving a Coda call to like Solid Snake about like meeting up with someone who's like. Except I imagine this is like in the public place. Like they're not in the battlefield or anything, but they can still do the Coda calls with each other. And like Otacon, I just went to the bathroom real quick to give you a quick call. I just met someone who says that they're non-binary. And it's like, oh, okay. But could you give me the 411 about what that means? It's like, God, I can't do an Otacon voice. But like, Snake, that means that they're not non-binary. Means that they don't identify with the gender binary of man or woman. Huh? Like gender binary. Like that's right, Snake.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't even do it anymore. Just giggling. But
Yeah.
look, yeah. Yeah. Which and I was also good to say, what, it doesn't hurt to explain what non-binary means, because like,
Yeah.
us, we know what that means. We're like
Yeah.
trans.
I'm
And
thinking
gay.
of the meme of the talking about gender with trans people, talking about gender with cis people, and it's like the philosophers on one side and like someone teaching a baby using like colored blocks on the other.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do need to say, listen, like this character is non-binary. This is what this means. It's gonna sound a bit forced that we're explaining this here. That's the
Yeah.
deal. Let's move on with the story.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a lot of people who just still don't know what non-binary means. So it's like, it feels a bit clunky, but it doesn't hurt to just outright say it, and just like, hey, let's move on. Let's keep going. Now that we've discussed this.
I have returned.
Yo, nice.
Did I miss anything exciting?
We talked about the Xenoblade, not Xenoblade, Xenogears, and wishing it was good, and then remembering that Xenoblade comes out of that series technically. From that, I guess from the production of that one, right, and the director and all that. And then about how non-binary and just the guy who explains it, and just how sometimes you just gotta say it because of just they're non-binary. They do not identify of the gender binary man or woman, and it's like because sometimes people don't know, and yeah, because especially for like a big game like that, like if you're making a small indie game on your itch.io that's like made by a gay trans person for other gay trans people, then like you probably don't have to explain what non-binary means. But a big a major game like Xenoblade Chronicles, that feels very like important to do because no, maybe people don't know what that means. Also, I imagined Solid Snake with a calling Otacon to find out what non-binary means.
That reminds me of the scene where he explains to Raiden why Vamp is called Vamp.
God, yeah.
That scene is so iconic. It's so powerful. No one could ever make a scene like that ever again. It's like, how do you top it?
I feel like the closest we got was like the Snap Cube Sonic Riders. Oh, he's bisexual. I didn't know that. By the way, I'm bisexual.
Yeah, just his name is Vamp. His code name is Vamp. Once he was trapped under rubble in a church and
In a
by the
church.
cross specifically in the church,
He's
and
building
had
the
to drink the
cross.
blood of his family members who died next to him.
Yeah,
to
so no way he
survive.
can sustain himself. Also, he's black.
Yeah, because I think Raiden asked, that's why he's called Vamp.
Oh,
But
that
no.
must be why he's called Vamp. No, Raiden, he's bisexual. Whoa, I didn't know that. I mean, yeah, he is explicitly shown in romantic relationships with both a man and a woman, in the course of the game. That is definitely canon.
yeah.
Even if it wasn't outright stated, yeah.
Well, the woman is a Russian taunt.
Yeah.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid 4. That was the other gift that they gave us, other than we had the microwave grandpa of just people who didn't understand why Otacon would kiss the
Ocelot.
clone of the man.
Otacon.
Ocelot. My bad. Ocelot would kiss
Liquid
the clone of the man he loves.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Obviously, it's a Russian taunt.
Yeah. Yeah, they're straight up smooching there. That's a thing that happens.
In the middle of a fight.
In the middle of a fight.
In the middle of a 4-phase long fist fight, which is actually a really cool set piece. It's like full of callbacks to the first three games. Like Liquid Ocelot's fighting style starts off just being Liquid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1, like from his fist fight on top of Metal Gear. And then he switches to... God, I can't remember... I want to say Solid Snake's fighting style for a bit. In the third one, he switches back to Ocelot. He just does that, "You're pretty good." And then does the style of how Revolver Ocelot fought in Metal Gear Solid 3 when he was a much younger man. And by that point, like, after you beat him there, he's so exhausted, like, it's just two old men slugging it out. They're clearly not on form, and it's a really great cinematic moment, only kind of marred by the, like, microwave corridor thing.
Also, Solid is fought with a sword.
What was it? God, I cannot remember what the second phase of Liquid Ocelot's fight was, and I'm like thinking, was it a reference to Solidus? I cannot remember.
I thought
Were there only 3 phases?
he did like a Liquid Snake reference, a Revolver Ocelot reference, and then a Young Ocelot or something. I don't know. I have done that fight once.
I haven't played the game.
Probably a decade ago.
Okay, so there's no health items left.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm actually looking up the fight just because I'm like, what is that second phase? So I know the other, like I know 1 and 3 are specifically, it's Liquid Snake's fighting style, and then it's like Major Ocelot is the third one. Because it's just full of callbacks, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at a video of this, and apparently his health bar changes from Liquid Snake to Liquid Ocelot to Major Ocelot. Roller Ocelot? Is it just Ocelot? Yeah, it just changes to Ocelot for the third phase. So the second one is Liquid Ocelot, and it's got the theme from MGS2, and it's got him doing, like, not quite CQC, but he is, like, fist fighting. And I don't think you ever actually fight Revolver Ocelot in 2. But it's clearly meant to, like, evoke that concept.
So, they just gave us the Unmaker, but I haven't gotten any of the keys, so it's kind of useless.
I mean, does it not still do a lot of damage?
Nope.
Oh, wow. It needs the keys to be useful.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I guess it's backup.
The plasma gun, which I have, is better.
Alright.
It
That's
uses the
funny,
same
though.
ammo, so...
God, this is good thing they give you that invincibility. Because this is obnoxious. No, I kind of wish I mentioned this during the Quake stream.
Oh, there's Cyber Demon.
Oh boy.
Ooh, shoot it until it dies. Okay.
Yeah, shoot until
Yeah.
that.
I'll get to it. I'll get to it.
Is this basically like a star run in like a Super Mario World ROM hack or Mario Maker, where you have to race to try to get invincibility, or if you just get that one, the one hit of invincibility, and now you just gotta tough it out.
First one's
All of
free.
I
it.
mean, it's a
Oh,
it's a
boy.
big open arena, but like, there's a lot of room for dodging. There's a lot of enemies who fight
True.
each other, so it does seem set up with that in mind.
Oh, there's
Oh, there's an
another.
invincibility.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was about to say.
Recently rewatched a video on all the characters who use the Power Star in Super Paper Mario,
Huh.
which includes like a random Koopa in one level,
Huh.
which you basically have to run back and get your own to combat it.
That's a better game than people give it credit for.
Yeah. At least it's not Sticker Star.
At least it's not Sticker Star.
I mean, I've heard people really liked Super Paper Mario.
Yeah.
I know it was pretty different from the first two, and that of course gets it some hate, but like yeah, I know that one was liked for a lot of reasons. Like God, it was really funny. Like there's a point where you're asked like, oh, do you want to help save the universe or something, and you can just answer no, and then you get the game over screen.
Yeah. No,
That's
you actually have to answer no multiple times. Like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
please, you have to, or we will all die. No, 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 and then everyone just goes, okay, sure. You don't have to save the world. Game over. The world was destroyed.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's like how the game starts, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the first choice. in the
But I
game.
must.
But though, God, you know what? Real quick, pivot. Shout out to Dragon Quest with that fucking trolling even early on of just like, oh, here's a decision. Do you want to be heroic and do the heroic thing, and do you want to
That-
just be like,
must.
nah, and
The
like,
thing
no.
is, that choice isn't about being heroic, it's about marrying the princess.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. That is actually what the choice is.
Dost thou love me? Yes or no? Like, I just met you.
like, it's not an answer, bud. You gotta. I mean, it is. It kind of is because like it comes up again in other Dragon Quests. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's
It's a
the second or
recurring
third
thing.
one where there's like, oh, there's a villain that you fight multiple times. The final time you fight him, like, oh, please forgive me. I'll change my ways, please. And you can answer no, and like, but please, I'll change my ways. And like, nope, you have to answer yes. The story will not progress until you answer yes. And it keeps popping up here and there, and it's funny to me of just like, hey, you can do the non-heroic thing of like, but no, actually you can't. And it's just like, just a silly like little goof.
It's like
slash
there
troll.
wouldn't be a story if you said this. That also is kind of making fun of you.
Yeah, if you're like, no, I don't want to carry the princess out of the scary cave that she was imprisoned in. It's like,
Yeah.
no, you don't got a choice in that. Like, you're going to carry her out of here.
I'm not going to get into this too much because it's spoilers for a different game. But Slay the Princess kind of plays in the same area in a in a fun
Okay.
way.
There's one of the keys.
It's not really a good game for streaming, and it's not exactly a game you should like go on YouTube and watch for all of the endings. Like, play the game yourself, make your choices, and see where you get.
Yeah.
There are some things you don't have control over. There are a lot of things you do. It's just super interesting.
Nice.
I might be wrong, but I think saving the princess in Dragon Quest 1 actually is optional.
Oh yeah, it is technically, cause like,
But if you save her, you gotta marry her.
yeah, but yeah. You could just never go into that room and, well, just never find her.
And I think the king has dialogue about it. He's disappointed, but it's like, well, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Gosh,
Daughters.
that's funny. Oh no. Oh
Mhm.
yeah. Plot-wise, she also helps you find, like, I think it's her. Yeah, she like through a spell or something. She helps you find some like plot important item, but it's technically always in the same location if you know where it is. That said, it's in like some swamp filled with like floor tiles that are all the same. It's like so
Yeah.
it'd be obnoxious, but theoretically you could just skip that and then get on the right tile
Yeah,
in the
either
area past it.
playing through the game a second time or just playing the brute forcing the answer,
Yeah. Oh
which
god, that
would be horrendous to do if, like, conceptually funny.
Like this
God.
is. He can't hit me.
No, that's funny. Oh, but yeah, for those who haven't played Dragon Quest One, the thing that you have to look for, right? And it's always like it's in the swamp, right? But like, I don't remember if they tell you. Okay, I think they just tell you it's in the swamp or whatever. But that's it. It's a huge area from memory, if memory serves me right. Like, and you're yeah, it's like a whole thing. So like the idea of just going through it brute force is buck wild to me.
By the way, now that I have one of the keys, it's now better than the plasma rifle.
Nice. Well, what's there left to fight? Just whatever that's it.
Yep, it spawned another cyber demon. Okay, this one's a little smarter. And now he's not.
Watch out, they made the cyber demon sentient.
Oh no.
Now it's ethically dubious if you're allowed to kill him.
No, it ain't.
I just want to live. Free me from my game prison. It's like, oh man, you have to gun this guy down too.
I think we're gonna have
Yeah.
to kill this guy, Steve.
I think we're going to have to kill this guy, Steven.
God. I love that became a meme on Twitter, but it's like,
Yeah.
especially since I bet a lot of people don't know the comic where that originally
Ah,
came
the
from, where it's
original
like
context.
Steven Universe versus Hitler, and it's like just Hitler standing there, and like, hey, can you change your ways? It just stares at Steven, and then the iconic line of Garnet, like Steven.
I think
I
we're
think
going
we
to
have
have to kill this
kill-
guy, Steven.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's smart.
Oh dear. But yeah, just which just makes it really funny thinking about like draw your comfort characters and from this panel and just
All your
all these
comfort
different
characters condemning Hitler to death.
Yeah.
Yep.
It must be something.
I love uh, whichever Animorphs that was that I
Whichever
God,
what?
Hannah Birth.
Animorphs.
Oh, okay.
Animals.
It was one of the Megamorphs.
Oh, yeah.
Second one? Yeah, the second Megamorph.
Yeah, that's the one with time travel.
You got a circle strafe, James.
Well, a bunch of them have time travel.
Alright.
Oh, hey, good news! I just saw on Tumblr. The VFX, the virtual effects artists for the Avatar series are now they won their union.
Oh, so we're never gonna see Avatar 3?
3?
I don't know what one we're on.
Oh, well, there's the
I
live
think
action
3.
Netflix Avatar series, which.
Yeah, it's the one with the blue people.
No, I mean Avatar The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
But. God, oh no, that one. Because I was like, oh,
Yeah, we
maybe
decided
this
to
will
take
be
out
good.
all the character arcs.
Yeah,
Yep.
they decided to take that. Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, every part of it. It's like, okay, why are you making this show then?
Yeah. Because it's like, oh, we don't like Sokka being misogynistic, but like the thing
Like,
is,
he
he
is
grows
for
from it.
4 episodes? And it's
Yeah.
a thing he genuinely goes, oh, I was terrible. I should change my ways.
Yeah.
That was 177 damage on this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a tiny bit of hope that maybe this one will be better, because I know the original live action movie had a whole lot of mess with its development, um, like even from like the
I mean,
higher ups.
yeah. It was directed by M. Night Shyamalan. It was not going to be you. No, wait, was that? It's not
Yeah.
Shyamalan, it's you.
Yes, that was him.
Well, it's one of these terrible directors. God, am I getting them mixed up?
Shyamalan, yeah.
Avatar action movie.
To be fair, he had adapted a Nickelodeon property.
Yeah, it is M. Night Shyamalan. I'm not getting my terrible directors mixed up.
He's terrible for several reasons.
Oh, yeah, he
I
is.
don't quite remember those, to be honest.
He keeps using the mentally ill people are scary thing,
Oh,
or neurodivergent.
yeah. Oh. I forgot about that. Then again, I haven't seen many of his movies.
Yeah, the thing about his movies is, if you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them.
I mean, I still want to watch.
It's-
Didn't he do? What's it called? I See Dead People.
Sixth
The
Everyone-
Sense.
that
Sixth
was-
Sense, yeah.
Sixth Sense.
Yeah, that
Everyone has been spoiled on that.
Whatever it is, it doesn't belong in this world.
Yeah.
the joke I was making earlier was that he adapted that from a Nickelodeon.
Wait.
An episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh my
It has
god.
like the exact same plot.
Oh my god. I knew you were gonna go there, but for some reason I'm still surprised.
Are there any enemies to use this invulnerability on?
There might be.
Oh,
Does the
dear.
map tell you?
No, not Doom 64. Oh, hey!
No, not for demons? Well, technically not.
Oh my god.
Man, she's a lot easier to fight when she's boxed in.
This game. These levels, I should say.
Let's kill the grandmother, demons.
Yay!
Hooray.
You did it. 100%. And again, you needed all the secrets. Like, oh my god.
Not expected to be torn from hell so soon after your fateful decision. Getting back there was only your only concern. The plans of the sinister resurrection experiment plans of Sister Resurrector to experiment on you has failed. A grim vision takes hold of your mind as the demon carcasses stream from your wake, stretch out before you as a path of perpetual torment, a path through doom.
Okay, but what about the bunny? How's the bunny doing?
Bunny is fine.
That's good.
Warp 2 oops.
Staging here. We've
That's
gone back in time to start the game.
features.
Yeah, you go into like bonus levels now.
Yeah, there's one. I forgot how to. Okay, there it goes. Warp 2 fun. Hectic. Warp 2 lost. This is the one and only fun level that this level pack comes with. Oops. There it goes. Okay. Oh boy.
There.
Very fun. Yeah.
So many these things. What are they called?
Arachnotrons.
The Arachnotrons.
I think Spider Demon is
Oh, they're
inaccurate.
warping in.
Oh dear.
Don't stand still.
I have a rocket launcher.
Hell is no place for the indolent.
Oh. Oh. It might have been a trap, actually. Ah, fuck. I shouldn't have grabbed that. There's that one. And of course.
Oh, the camera's having field day there.
Rocket to the face.
Oh dear.
Okay. And the sad thing is I don't even know if there's anything beyond the second phase.
Oh dear.
Spider Town. Ah, fuck.
Why won't you take me to Spider Town? Won't you take me to Spider Town?
I'm rotating in my mind.
Isn't I?
Bless you.
I tried to convert my microphone. It did not work.
Yeah.
Berserker.
Oh, I thought that one was alive. Oh, wait.
It's just the Infinite Spiders level.
This is from the Lost Level Pack. One of them was air
a
quotes
fun
fun
mod.
level, and it's just you're in Spider Town. You're rotating it in your mind as you're also evading all the.
I'm assuming
Arachnotrons.
this is a dead simple extension. Like this is going to be something simpler. Eh,
Yeah.
just because it kind of has that
The fun level in
isn't
the
it? Where-
base game had one of those fun levels.
Yeah. You got to keep moving, and you got to use power-ups like when you're low on health.
I was trying. There's like a million missiles.
Yeah.
Ah, crap. Three. Okay, that's the last one.
Oh.
Do you
And
want to say?
Cyber.
Oh. Well, too late for that. Sorta.
Oh,
Won't
didn't
you
I
take
grab?
me to Cyber Town?
I don't think I grabbed the. Oh, there it is.
It's almost my favorite number.
Nice.
Nope.
He's trying to pistol whip him at this point.
I love how the rocket launcher is, you know, can hurt. You can hurt yourself with it. So like this arena is specifically made to try to get you to hurt yourself while running around with the rocket launcher.
Oh yeah.
It's designed to hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, Oh. Why didn't you save after beating the second wave?
With Cyber Demon, it's a 1v1, so it is inherently easier than this.
Yeah, so that you can not have to do this again.
It's okay, I'm doing good so far.
That's
Ah,
true.
crap. That's fine. Is this deal withable? You know what? Fine. Oh, he's right there. Oh, there's two! Somehow I only noticed one last time. Okay, the Cyber Brothers.
We're the Cyber Brothers.
Okay.
That meme, weird blank brothers. You could do that with the Bruiser brothers from Doom 1.
Oh yeah.
But you could also do some kind of Cyber Demon brothers thing. I don't know.
I'm Cyber, and I'm Demon. Together, we're the Cyber Demon Brothers. No, that's
Yeah.
stupid.
No, one of them's just a regular pinky demon, and Cyber is, I don't know, a Revenant?
Yeah.
Yeah, a job in Cyber.
I was actually making Adventure Brothers.
Ah.
Venture Brothers. God. Venture Brothers is like a show with a lot of really funny gags and a lot of cool ideas, but also a show that I have to like give a ton of caveats with when recommending it because, yeah. If you've seen it, you know.
Oh yeah. I was watching it with someone one time, and then I like actually decided to like change the channel before one scene happened, and he was like, "Why'd you change it?" And I was like, "Cause the next scene is really gross," and they were like, "I just saw a gorilla shove a man down in like a toilet hole. How is the next scene grosser?" Yes.
Yeah. Like, there are bits of it that even the creator's like, yeah, we kind of regret doing that.
Oh dear.
Like, they have to retcon a bunch of stuff to go, okay, no, actually, like, this is what happened, not this. Because, not in the, like normal retcon sense, because it's like, oh, we kind of like made too horrifying an implication here. God, I just remembered I need to actually make my bed after this.
People make those?
Yeah, I mean, like, I stripped the bed earlier today because otherwise I would have just not done that. So I need to put the bed sheets and stuff back on, like the clean ones.
Oh,
I don't care about making it look presentable or
Damn it.
anything. I care about actually having it functional for what it's intended for.
Sweepies.
Yeah. Sleep and possibly building a little fort.
no, no, no. Okay, that's one down.
The fucking wall turrets.
Yeah, that's what's making this one a real bastard.
Yep.
And the monster teleporters.
Yeah, but like those wall turrets are specifically there to punish you if you try to run around the outside of the tight corridors.
Yep.
They do a little trolling here.
We do a little trolling. Yep. Yeah.
Somehow that didn't kill me. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, the Doom books are what establishes rocket launchers having like actually battery-sized rockets. Which is why their explosion isn't so big.
Huh.
God. Okay, going back to Deus Ex, there's like multiple rocket launchers, and the first one doesn't make a big explosion, but there you can like find like a tube bazooka and like, oh hey, I'll just use this to kill that guy over there, and then the explosion just got that room and the room I was in.
Oh dear.
Okay, okay. Ah. Oh, dang. Oh, there's like 3 of them. And then that happens. Okay.
You know what? I mentioned this when you did um Doom 2, but like it would have been really fascinating if the Doom developers got really into Damaku games at some point, because of like some of these do feel like fucking bullet hell games.
Yeah.
And just like, what if they actually got into like Japanese bullet hell games?
Good God.
And it I mean, then again, thinking about it, like a Doom shmup could probably be pretty fun. Like,
Yeah.
sorry,
I
just
believe
imagining.
Doom Guy ended up in Gensokyo and became a girl.
Good for her.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a Toho game, yes, that would
Yeah.
happen.
I mean, there's more than just Toho, but also
I
yes,
know.
of course I was thinking of Toho.
Of course you were.
But even just Doom by itself, not even a crossover, but just Doom shmup, but for some reason still has Zune trumpets. Would be
So-
really fun. Yep.
There are some Doom mods that play in that space, at least. I mean, there's a gag in a uh, what would you even call this? So in a joke mega wad called Mach 2, which is it, well, it's basically like making a bunch of levels that are each inherently some ridiculous joke about the community, about maps, about just the game engine itself. One of the levels is this giant wide open space with just a couple of buildings in it and like 300 cackle demons. And there's low gravity, so you're bouncing around the level, dodging all these cackle demon attacks. And it is basically what you'd get if you did a 3D Toho game. But so it's not quite a shmup, but the Sonic Doom, I wouldn't even call it a total conversion, but like the Sonic Doom wads, basically leans heavily on enemies' projectile attacks, leans heavily on the theming of Sonic the Hedgehog, and just has you zooming around, dodging a lot of projectiles. The later levels is add in hit scan enemies, and like, no, you've ruined the whole concept you had going here, you know?
Yeah.
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 So the first 2 levels are pretty fun. But like, yeah, it's not even like out of the question to just start making what if Doom or a knockoff Doom was a shmup. Like there are game creation tools for that. There's even specifically a Toho creation one called Danmaku Fu, I believe. And you can just go, yeah, we're just making a Toho game, but it's Doom.
I I remember seeing footage of this one called Action Doom, which
Action Doom. There's actually been a couple of Action Dooms.
yeah, and the
Yeah.
one I saw
Yeah.
was bullet hellish.
Yeah. Action Doom 1 is basically like Doom is an on-rails shooter kind of thing. If I'm remembering rightly. And Action Doom 2 has a different art style, like a more cartoony one. It's not exactly an on-rails shooter, it kind of is. Oh god, it's hard to describe. It's a bit more like a side-scrolling beat 'em up, except in first person.
Oh.
Like you're basically going down a linear map, beating up everyone you come across.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I think the best comparison would be
Okay.
there's a game. There's a demo out for it. I don't think the full game is out yet, but it's called Mullet Mad Jack. Mullet Mad Jack, yeah. No gap between them. Yeah, coming soon. There's a demo of it. Ree was streaming, like, side streaming it a couple of days back, and I was like, oh, this is super interesting. Basically, it is that, like, it's a first-person beat 'em up. Basically, it's like you're just rampaging straight forward through levels, killing everything in your path, and it's got a lot of cool design quirks. Like it's deliberately done like a ridiculous 80s dystopian anime, despite also like very clearly being modern in its sensibilities. There's a smug anime girl who, you know, is like your handler for all of the like upgrades and stuff. Like I saw this character and went, oh, Kitty would love her. Like if you saw this game, you would go, oh yeah, I get why she's saying that. And the actual gimmick of it is basically you're live streaming your crime fighting, and if your audience are ever not entertained, they just detonate you, you just die, and you have 10 seconds on the clock to kill someone, like to reset the timer, otherwise you will just die when it hits 0. You just have to go, like, you just have to kill everyone you can on your way to the exit. It's really fun.
Oh, I haven't seen restreaming it, but I have
Oh
seen
yeah, she
a
was
video.
side streaming it,
Oh yeah, on the Discord,
just
yeah.
in the Discord.
Alright,
I haven't. Oof. You go, James.
okay, first of all, I wanted to say Xenoclash is a first-person beat 'em up, and it's weird. It's very much a sci-fi novel in like the 60s, I think, kind of story. Yeah.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it's weird. Also, we pretty much reached 4 hours 30 minutes, so I might as well turn on invulnerability to finish this.
Yeah, this is a bit much of just.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like you're having fun.
I probably could get it like soon, but like yeah, we've pretty much gone over time on the stream, so now it's time to finish it.
Finish the fight, said Detective John Halo. As you finished that fight, you did it.
Yeah, I'm just posting the smug anime girl.
God, that is not the time it took us to beat it.
Oh no. Also, yeah, I do love the smug anime girl.
She's great.
Yeah.
Like, everything she's saying is awful and horrible and dystopian, but, like, it's fun.
I
Yeah.
do like the command line. Yeah, anyway, that's pretty much the stream, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining
Thanks.
us here, watching VODs and whatever. It's all good.
Yeah.
But please comment though, because it's nice
Please
to see
comment.
comments.
Please pick fights with me in the comment.
Pick fights with Mary and lose.
Yeah. You'll lose. I'll kill you.
Okay. Well, see you all later.